Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, August the 8th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Well, this is just let me know you guys can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. And also anybody in YouTube. Thank you, Xfall, Nick, etc. All right, guys, what is happening this morning? Again, not too many that are just soaring. I mean, 56% is awesome, of course, but you don't see any up 100%, 120%, 200%. So let's take a look at the ones that are up this morning. A lot of them, again, are earnings plays. MRM, MRM. This is not an earnings play. Okay, MRM is not an earnings play. Okay, so this is the news on this one. Surging over 79% in the pre-market after a deal to deploy Sam Altman-backed World ID. Okay, thank you, Ozzy, in our YouTube room. Thank you. You guys can hear me in YouTube. Somebody was asking me about TTD the other day and what I thought about it. Of course, they said earnings were coming up. I said, "Well, I don't trade on earnings or anything like that." Hope that person didn't take this. Take this. Look at this. TTD getting crushed on earnings. Crushed on the way down, of course. They didn't crush earnings. They're crushing it, but on the way down 33%. It's a big float. Almost half a billion in the float. And they are down 33% right now at his trade desk. Must be poor guidance also. Now, we might look for a bounce or something on this one. See, the race is 58.63 on the weekly chart. The next low is $53 approximately. So there is room, a little bit of room still on the way down. Looks like there's pretty good support down there. Another one that's just getting absolutely crushed is Under Armour. I think I know what the problem with Under Armour is. Their clothes don't wear out. I'm serious. I still have some Under Armour T-shirts. I actually wear them when I'm doing this every day, and they just don't really wear out. But look at Under Armour, unbelievable. Ah, this is maybe a tariff play, $100 million in additional tariff costs. Okay, well, and there are two Under Armours. There are well, two ways to trade it. This is the one that has more liquidity. The other one is not terrible, but UAA trades a lot more than UA, but they're both down the same. Yes, you are right, Ozzy. Just looking at this AT and from our YouTube room, ATNF, big pop up and a complete reversal. I think they're doing some kind of a financing. Sound is an earnings play, SOUN. Gotta find it here. Where are you? They even have there are the warrants. There you are. But they even have I think this is even they have an ETF. This SOUX, this is a two time. You can see 48%, 24, sorry, 25%, approximately. This is a two timer. So it's an earnings play, and they're also, putting out some news, launching Vision AI, bringing real time visual understanding, et cetera, et cetera. Boy, TTD continues down, guys. Spru is on my list up here too. Spru, SPRU, trading higher after the company announced a multi-year agreement to sell solar, okay, renewable energy credits in New Jersey. Uh, let's see, DAC is in this one. To me, there's little areas where it could stall, but good luck. STNE, I think, is an earnings play also. Yeah, STNE is another earnings play. And guys, this is the last big day of earnings for earnings season. Here they all are. Well, these are the ones that are passing. There are more. I have some filters in place. Here's Lazar, sorry, LegalZoom. Sorry, LegalZoom's having a huge day, up 31%. Pretty big float also, 117 million. And that's LegalZoom. What a move for LegalZoom, LZ. There's Real, REAL, another earnings play. Haven't seen this one for a while, through the 200-day moving average. Just got to show you at the bottom of the list is TTD, down 33% right now, TTD, and sinking further. Here are the two UAs. You can see UAA has traded 2.4 million, and UA has traded 609,000. I think they're both down the same percent though. It's another one that I saw. Pinterest, another one getting hammered down on earnings, 14%. PINS. I think that Rocket Lab also, RKLB, I think it's an earnings play. I don't see it anymore. Saw it earlier this morning. Yeah, this is an earnings play also, Rocket Lab, RKLB. I think MCHP is also an earnings play, or MCHP. I think it's gapping down on earnings, one of these chips. Yeah, so MCHP gapping down on earnings, not huge. I mean, it's 5%, but it's taken all this out on the daily chart. Guys, TTD is just getting destroyed here. TTD. Yeah, I mean, TTD is just getting killed here. I mean, that's a big drop, a third with almost 500 million in the float. That is a big, big drop. And you can see that ahead of that, there was no real inkling that was going to happen. There was a 200-day moving average. But you can see it was maybe people were just kind of waiting in this area, but the trend was still kind of up. I had Ampex on my list also, AMPX, another cheap earnings play. What do we got here? $9 is the next high on the daily and the weekly. Yeah, so if if I can get through $9, I mean it's up 12%, but if we can get through $9, there might be some more room on it. Let me take a look at a monthly chart. Yeah, so if it got through that, there's room to 1063 on a monthly chart anyway. All right, this is another earnings play, guys. Oust. OUST. The interesting thing about this, we're at 28.35 right now. At 28.75, there are a couple of highs right there. I'm going to put a price alert in that area on 28.73. You can see if it can take out these highs, and the next high looking left is 31.81. That is almost $3. So this could be an interesting one. The OUST, if it keeps going, it's an earnings play. Not a lot, not a ton of volume yet. They do. Well, it just happened. I'm not saying it. It just happened, guys. I'm not saying to take it right now, and but it is now above those highs. So for me, I'd love to see this just sort of hold here in this area, maybe even drift back down to those highs. And then when the market opens, maybe takes another pop and starts to go. This might be one that I might take early. I don't normally trade in the first 15 minutes, but well, for TTD, I mean, the next low on the weekly chart is down here, 53.30. And so that is still, $5 away. Obviously, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that on the weekly chart anyway, there's got to be something else going on with that. I mean, is it just earnings? Was it that bad? Obviously, it was that bad. So this they're blaming tariffs, slow adoption for disappointing second quarter, a slower pace of next generation ad tech adoption by some large advertisers, and lack of excess advertising budgets amid macro uncertainty, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, well, there's their reason for it anyway. I'd be watching this one though, maybe for some kind of a bounce somewhere, but not yet. Okay, so the market yesterday, so the Dow was down, the Q was up just a little bit, the SPY was down just a little bit, but the Dow was down, a fair amount. I want to take a look at XLE, the energy sector. Still, yeah, drifting away now, guys, drifting away from that 200-day moving average. We'll take a look at retail. Retail was, yeah, that maybe would have a drop yesterday based on the Dow, but it did a little bit of a drop, but still above the 200-day. Then materials, XLB. So materials is still hovering around the 200-day moving average. It did close below it yesterday. So I'm going to have to say, so there are still three major sectors below the 200-day moving average. XLB, just slightly below. XLE, energy, and of course, healthcare. Healthcare is not nowhere close. See if it's recovering at all. No, not even close. Drifting away again. All right, some poppage here for HGTY. This is not, or is it? Yeah, this is not an earnings play. HGTY, not an earnings play. Had earnings on the 4th, but not right here. And the first reaction was actually positive, but after that, look at this. So it's above the 200-day moving average right now as we speak. HGTR, sorry, HD, HGTY. They've done a financing. Okay, upside secondary. So maybe that was the reason. Probably the reason yesterday for the drop. They did a financing at 934, a little bit above the financing price as we speak. The high yesterday was 1015 for HGTY. I doubt it's going to keep this big move, but if it does, and the next high is about a dollar away, if it takes out the high of yesterday, whoops. Interesting. Every now and then this happens to my top list, but not this top list. So I don't know what's going on with. Here we go. I think RCell might be an earnings. Whoops. I think yeah, RCell, RCEL. I think that might be an earnings play. Yes, it is. Another one. Wait, it moved down. Now at least the float is 26 million. So okay, down 35%. That's still huge, but the float is only 26 million as opposed to TTD with that almost half a billion float being down about the same percent. Give me a moment, please. So, John, I just see your comment. Well, you can see TTD, any particular positive or negative hot stock? Well, I don't know if anybody's sitting on it, but certainly TTD is I will call this the hottest stock down. TTD is just one of these low float, PIVI. They're doing a financing, $12 million financing at $2 a share. So it's below the financing price right now. This laser is an earnings play, LASR. Yep, another earnings play guy. Wow, now this one is interesting. Look at this break on the weekly chart for LASR. Not a lot of volume yet, only 56,000 shares. Look at this. That's a big break, 29%. Enlight outlines a 40% A&D revenue growth target for 2025. Okay, well that is a big break for LASR. Kind of untradeable right now when you look at the bid ask, 25.96, 26.49. Thumbnail that one just to see what happens with that one once this market opens. And it's shortable for me, if it runs out of steam on this. TTD, guys, continues to make its way down. Well, depending on what time you got up this morning, I mean, right there at 6 o'clock Eastern time, it was sort of, I mean, it was already had the big dip down, but it was kind of consolidating for a couple of hours. And we start getting our data at 4 o'clock Eastern time. So from 4 to 6, it was consolidating, and then at 6 o'clock, it had that little leg down, and it's continued since then. Follow that wave. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to get the layout I'm going to use once this market opens up and running. Here's another one, another earnings play. All these earnings plays, you know, and these are companies that most people haven't heard of. OPRX, but the day they release earnings every 3 months, they can do something crazy, and they've done this. This is crazy, 27% up on earnings. Not a lot of volume, not a lot of volume yet, but there will be 50 million in the float, and that is for OPRX. Lake Street Capital maintains coverage with them, so they must have had coverage before with a buy and a target of 20. And that's for the OPRX. All right, guys, I'm going to get the layout I use once this market opens up and running. So just give me a moment here. First thing I do, as always, save my layout. All right, guys, this is what I'll use once this market is open. Hmm. Okay, guys. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I had to just read. They're blaming tariffs. They're blaming, well, the macro ETB. They're blaming the large brand advertising slowdown hurts trade desk. While much of our ad tech coverage has largely shrugged off the tariff-related pressures, most of these companies are much more exposed to small and mid-sized business customers. So that is their reasoning anyway. That is a big drop, though. Big, big, big drop for TPD. What? All right, I'll just keep this one up and running until tomorrow, and then I'll get rid of this. This is that pre-market actives up that I had before, the top 15 stocks in terms of percentage being up. And again, there's the MRM. That's the ETF for Sound, SOUN, a double, a two-time. So if you think Sound is going to keep moving higher, so it looks like it's given it up for a bit now. Let's take a look at the actual stock, SOUN. Not very many shares available for me at Interactive Brokers. Too bad. It's a pretty, let's see, from 1370 down to 13 now, down through the VWAP. This is an earnings play, okay? It is an earnings play. Down through the VWAP. Only they're being snapped up as I speak. Let's see if they get taken out. When I just looked at this, there were 4,000 shares available. Interactive Brokers 2.7 now, 2,700 now. See if they get snapped up. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. Tells me how many shares are available for a particular stock to short, and it is pretty sure it's real time. Let's see if this moves. And again, I can only speak for Interactive Brokers. Yeah, Under Armour. I mean, this is I jokingly. I don't know if you were in the room when I said this, but I still have a lot of Under Armour T-shirts. That's what I wear when I trade. And I think the problem with Under Armour is that they last forever. I mean, I'm kind of kidding, but it's amazing the drop of this company. And this is an earnings play for Under Armour, UAA. All right, guys, we have less than a minute for this trading week. Let's have a great end to it. And on Monday, Chris is back, so he will be, unless he forgets, he will be opening the room at 7:30, back to sort of normal. He'll open the room at 7:30 Eastern time. I know I've been opening it between 8 and 8:15, but Chris Farley will be back from his vacation. You agree, Nick, about Under Armour? They just don't wear out. All right, guys, get ready for this open. And as always, I'm just going to wait for the gap continuation or reversal scan. I'm going to concentrate on that all day long. Nothing will happen until at least 9:45. That's by design. And here we go. Now, USAR was not anything I saw in the pre-market. USAR. Good for you, Dak. Your sprue had a little pop. So there's the oust. There's the oust. Wow. It just well, what can I say? I was hoping it would maybe take this 2877 out, and I know it did briefly in the pre-market. But look at it now. It's too bad. Well, I mean, it's you took this when you were listening to me and maybe took a chance on it. Congratulations. I didn't. Look at this, guys. I mean, this is what a move. Now, this is shortable for me. I mean, this is parabolic now. I mean, this is just that's a parabolic move. I mean, it's up 38%. It is actually shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, 1.8 million shares available. It's just a matter of like when. Another one moving I didn't see in the pre-market is BTAI through the 200-day moving average now. BTAI through the 200-day, sitting on the 200-day right now. At the blue line, that is the 200-day moving average. Now, Ampex, okay, AMPX, I had a price alert for 9, and I think I saw room to I think I had to look at a monthly chart, but it's early for me. Yeah, the monthly chart was, yeah, 1060, so it's got room. I mean, it's got room on a monthly chart anyway, and it's an earnings play. AMPX is an earning is it is an earnings play. You can see it's right at the high of last month. Last month's high was 909, and that's where it got to 907. We'll pop here for PAGs, but look at this. There's the next high looking left is 859, so that's too close. This has earnings next week, actually. PAGs, PAGS. Yeah, it was a good short. There's a $3 drop if you got, well, I don't know where you got it, Bushmaster, but TTD has had a little bit of a bounce, guys. TTD has had a little bit of a bounce. And I mean a little bounce. I mean, the low was 54. Yeah, very, very little. Very, very little bounce. Okay, keep an eye on this verb, guys. Looks like it's been halted on the way up. No, sorry, halted on the way down. This was the one a few days ago that got all the way up to almost $30. Some kind of an AI, not an AI, altcoin play, investing in some altcoin. Unregistered equity sales. This is a Form 8K. SMR, yeah, SMR is an earnings play, isn't it, today? SMR. Bounce. Well, I mean, hopefully, if you're in this one, 42.36 is the next low looking left. The MRM at the top here now, making a market high. Well, it took out that week. Okay, and now the month. Let's take a look on the month. Yeah, so this has got room, guys. If you look at a monthly chart, in fact, that's the next high looking left on a daily chart. That's interesting. What if I should take this one early? Want to watch to see how well it holds two. All right, guys, I got it. Well, I got a little bit at 210. Don't normally do this. Don't normally do this, but that daily high is pretty attractive. 371. Oh, shady. I see you're in it. Okay, well that's good. Let's see if this holds two. What's the news on this one again? MRM. I don't see any news on it. I know there was some news. This is a Japanese company. Okay, I think there was some news that I saw. Question is TTD bounce material? Well, it is bounce material because it's down so much, but it's a matter of when, when and where. But I mean, it's tried to bounce a little bit here. I mean, the low was down here at 54. It hasn't bounced that much. So at this point, if you look at a monthly chart, there is your next low looking left on the monthly chart around 53. So it depends how close it gets to that. Yeah, okay, MRM holding the $2 level. I'd like to see that right there. I love that in the 5 minute, the change in 5 minutes. Yeah, the BTAI. Yeah, I mentioned this one right here. It looked too early for me to take it, but take a look at it on a weekly chart. Oh, look at this. Oh man, another one. This is like the MRM guys, because there's your next high. That red line represents the next high on a daily chart. And that is the high that week. That week being March of this year, March 3rd, of the week of March 3rd. So that is the next high on a daily chart, 683. So look at this. It's a lot like the MRM in terms of when you look left, there's a ton of room. Okay, so Host had the big parabolic top, then the drop. Now it's trying to recover a little bit from that drop. And this is an earnings play. OUST is an earnings play. Let me take a look at Lazar or Laser here, guys. It actually on the open it dropped. Yeah, the open it was just running, but then when the market opened at 9:30, it dropped. This is an earnings play. They had some news also, not just earnings, but they did have some news. The verb is still halted. Normally they're 5 minute halts, but obviously it's going to be longer. It'll be longer than a 5-minute halt for verb. PBYI. Haven't seen that one for a while. PBYI. Puma. Puma. Technology. Don't like it. Look at all this. However, where's it going to open? It's actually an earnings play too, guys. Not a lot of volume yet. It is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. No big reaction actually. Geos. Okay, guys. So I turfed my MRM, but I'm looking to get back in. Okay, I made a little bit on it. It was, it was really early for me to try that, but I might get back in it. Probably have to get up to 220 again. I sort of thought this would be a bit of a scalp trade for me, taking it this early. The minute I saw it started to drop, but I will have a price alert up in this area. It still has a ton of room to move on the daily chart. Okay, Geos, where is this going to open? So this is halted on the way down. Okay, don't really care that much about the ones halted on the way down. I'll see. Okay, PBYI, it actually resumed. But look at all. I mean, it's too messy for me anyway in the weekly chart. Messy meaning there's not a clear shot before it hits new highs, in my opinion. It is an earnings play, so I mean, it could explode, I suppose. But meanwhile, the SPY, let's take a look at the SPY. So the SPY is having a nice run at the beginning. The Dow's up, Qs are up, SPY's up. Yeah, we saw that. Thank you, you reposting that, Guinard. We saw that in the free market. That was Sam Altman news, the MRM. All right, guys, this is an earnings play. OPRX. This is an earnings play, and it's actually from our AI too. So the high up here was 1796. Where could it go? Can't see anything on the weekly chart. This could be an interesting one. It's dropping a bit here, but let's take a look at a month. An all-time high. Not even close. Yeah. So the next high is 1864 on a monthly chart. Okay, 1864. All right. So MRM is holding over two still. Go continuation from yesterday on the way down. Yeah, continuation on the way down so far for Go. So great short for me yesterday. All right, guys, we're now starting to get some from the continuation scan, the gap continuation or reversal scan. So UN making market highs now and taking out right at that high, that red line. That's the high of that day. So that's about 1356. All right, MRM, we're right back. Okay, decision time for me. A moment, guys. This is on the MRM. Boy, BMNR is making a move. BMNR is making a move. Held off on it. The price alert went off, but it didn't really move off that 220. I'm going to reset that price alert. Meanwhile, STNE is a gap up, and I took it early, Rick. I took a sort of a quick scalp on it. The MRM, I'm talking to Rick in our YouTube room. Looking to get back in if it got back over 220. STNE is an earnings play. It's also a gap up and reversal play right now. STNE. Okay, this is a gap down and reverse. Sorry, gap down and go. Okay. Okay, guys. AVPT is a gap down and go from that scan. Spread is okay. Halt also for PAPL. That was a big one from earlier this week, I think, or last week. PAPL. Hey guys, I'm waiting on what this, I'm really like. First of all, I better look on the weekly chart. Where could it go before it gets any sort of a? Yeah, it's got room down to 1385. Up to you guys. Up to you. Okay. On the AVPT. Let's see if it gets back down to this area right here on the 1480 level. OPRX guys. OPRX. Okay, I'm watching AVPT. It's brushing up against 15. I just want to see if that holds it. Price alert around 1484. See if it gets back down there. Okay, the PAPL, yeah, the PAPL that was halted and at 419 and oh, it's still halted. Okay, yeah, I mean this one obviously when you look this is one I was thinking of. Last week it had the big move, and then even the week before that, PAPL. Well, Rick, you say you're kicking yourself for not buying sound yesterday, but it's an earnings play, and they could have come out with anything. So I mean, in retrospect, sure, let's you can kick yourself, but you're never sure of how a stock is going to react to its earnings release. Well, I'm glad I held off on the MRM. Yeah, so question in our YouTube room from Ivy Dos Santos. How or explaining the halt and resume. So this one is halted. This LZMH is halted because of volatility. Okay, you can see what it says. Description. Typically, a very simple statement or explanation is when a stock either moves up or down too quickly in a short period of time. Okay, too quickly, the stock gets halted. It's called a volatility halt. It's usually it's a 5 minute halt. Okay, and it's just because the stock moved up or down too quickly, and so there's a program that kicks in and it halts the stock automatically. And that's basically it. And usually they are 5 minute halts. So you can see that LZMH was halted at 9:50 for 5 seconds. So if it's a 5 minute halt, it'll open at 9:55. It's like sort of pausing. Okay, let's catch our breath. That's basically what it is. It's a program kicks in automatically and halts these stocks. Whoa! Wow! 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 Didn't get it. I actually tried to get it. I could not get it. I was breaking a rule here on the people, PAPL. Normally, what I do is I wait for it to open, of course, and if it opened below 419 and then popped above 419, but because of last week's action, now this would have probably been a quick trade for me had I been able to get it, but it just ran way too quickly. PAPL. Wow. I don't know where this is going. I mean, this is the next high looking left on the weekly chart, 790, but pretty, what's this? It's not a low float, 16 million in the float. It's low, but it's not crazy low. Now look, I'm almost all the way down. Just missed it. See this compo here, this CMPO. So next high looking left on a daily chart is 1641. So there's a little bit of room. This is probably yeah, it's an earnings play. CMPO. This is an earnings play. No, I don't journal anymore. Another Oliver. I've been trading a long time. It's probably still. I mean, I stopped journaling a long time ago. Not that people I know journaling all their trading life, but in something like that, no, I would not. Rare that I would try to do that. The only reason I tried to do that, and I'm talking to another Oliver in our YouTube room. The only reason I even attempt to do that on the PAPL is because it had so much room. All right, now the AVPT is coming down, okay, after that clock. So now I'm gonna see if this, let me see if this has a continuation down. This is one I was looking at, and the alert was triggered down here. I would say I rarely break my rules anyway. I know Oliver. That was sort of what I call a special case for the PAPL. So to journal something like that, I might only have three a year. No, I'm just pointing out opportunities, Ivy. You have to have some kind of a trading plan yourself, okay? The AVPT, like I'm interested in this one. If it's as a short, it gets back into that 1480 level. But that may not be your, first of all, you may not want to short things, but that's all I'm looking at right now on the AVPT. So I'll reset my price alert. And so when I say something like, okay, I'm interested in this one at this level, you might look at that and go, I don't like it. I don't short, or I don't like it. I don't see what he's seeing, and that's fine. These are not calls. These are not calls to to buy something or to short something. Just pointing out the opportunities, and then you'll usually know. Oh man, did somebody keep that house short? All right, guys. Well, this has a little bit of room. The LZ. I'm not sure I want to take it, but LZ. 1219 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. Okay, and this is an earnings play. Legal Zoom LZ. Give me a moment, guys. I'm getting, again, that AVPT is tempting me. 1483, 1490 on the bid ask, but it's still not, still, I mean, there are a lot of people say don't look at your P&L. The only thing I would say is have a stop, though. I mean, you've got to have a stop. You get into a trade, and I'm answering another Oliver in our YouTube room. You got to have a stop. Not all the trades are going to work, of course. So you've got to have a stop. Where are you going to get out if it's not working? There's got about a dollar on the way down here. I want to see how well this goes underneath 24, this PGNY. This is a gap up and reversal play right now as we speak. So look, you see, I mean, look at the AVPT. I mean, I was really tempted, okay? But again, I just held out. I had to get down to that 1480 level. I've got this price alert right down there, 1484. It did not take it out, and now it's popped again. So I just wait. If I don't, if I, I don't try to anticipate it. Oh, it's going to happen. Take it anyway. Now, gap up and reversal plays when the market is doing this, maybe not as good. Okay, when the market is moving higher. Remember, I mean, these stocks they've gapped up, and typically they're still positive for the day. So here's another one. Now, would I take this one right now? No, this is coming up on the gap up and go scan. But look, there's the next high looking left, 3088. We certainly have to break that. Okay. Now, if it did break that, if you look at the weekly chart, same as so that's the same weekly high. I mean, this is close to a lifetime high. So this is, could get really interesting. There's a lifetime high up here, 3171. Maybe a little too close because the way I look at it is that people take this, they're looking left and they'll probably get out before thinking that a lot of people will dump it before that lifetime high. So I wish that lifetime high or that high in the monthly chart, or maybe 33 or something, a lot more room. Because it could just rip. It's an earnings play. It could rip, but that's just the way I look at things. Oh, LZ, okay. So this is you're talking about all the data down here, Ivy. All the data in the single stock window. This is all customizable. Okay, this is the information I want to see, but it is customizable. So I mean, the float is well, that's the available number of shares to trade on any given day. Okay, and when it's a very low float, this is when you see something like a PAPL. 16 million is it's low. We see crazy low floats, though, like a million, 2 million. And that's the why usually a stock can go up 50% because of the low float. Again, the float is the available number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. And, you'll sometimes see the float turnover. I know it's confusing to some people because, the float is 16 and you look left and not in this case, but there could have been 32 or 40 million shares traded. So it's turned the float over a multiple. See if I can find one that is not in this one. But if it's a low float, and I consider anything 20 million and under low, when there's enthusiasm about the stock, could be earnings, could be some news about it, and you get people piling into it, and there's very few shares, there's not that many shares available on a daily basis to trade. That's when you can see a stock explode. Where you take a look at a Microsoft or something. Not saying Microsoft can't, but Microsoft has a 5.9 billion float. So, I mean, it's for me, it's just not interesting unless Microsoft had some incredible news, like it did. I mean, it had on the earnings that was excellent for Microsoft. But typically, you're not going to see massive percentage moves when you've got a float that large, because it takes a lot of volume to move it. Smart stop is just something that is. If I can bring up a smart stop, I don't have that up. So what this is looking at is it's a guide. Okay, I wouldn't. I mean, you can try. You can perhaps if you're people who are new to trading. So what this would be is if they're saying if you took this right here at 1140, they placed the stop right here at 1125. Okay, that's a guide. That's what the smart stop is all about. Let me see if I can show it on here. Yeah, see that little, I guess that little dotted line. So in this case, what they're saying is that if you took this trade at 11:54, a suggested smart stop would be 11, at that dotted line. That's what it's saying, and it's based on the volatility of the stock, the high and the low of the stock, the volatility of 15-minute candles, etc. Sort of that data gets fed in, and it generates the smart stop. Okay, it's a guide. I'm not saying it's perfect. For me, in this particular case, it wouldn't be bad. The low of these 5-minute candles wouldn't be terrible. So that can help, I guess, new people if you're willing to follow it. You get into the trade and you put your stop there. You get out if it hits it. So all this, again, this is something proprietary to trade ideas. Generating this smart stop. But the concept of a stop is so important. Again, when you get into a trade, they're not all going to work. You have to have a price you're going to get out of that trade if it's not working. So you protect your account management. That's what it's all about, really. Account management. You can't hope and pray that it's going to come back. So all this other information down here for me, this is just stuff I want to see. Where is it in? Really like to see where it is in the lifetime range. Does it trade options? In this case, yes. Pinterest trades options. At 45,000 contracts so far, is that abnormal? Well, that's a little bit, and it's growing. It's 1.6 times normal. Things like that. That's just sort of information that I quickly look at. Just quickly look at. All right, guys. Now that AVPT. Give me a moment. All right, so that AVBT is, I mean, what it's doing right now to me, it's teasing me. It keeps getting down to this level and then kind of holding. So again, I'm still not 1481. Reset that alert. At some point, I'll just give up on it. Okay, I mean, in terms of looking at it, the only reason I like it is because it's got a lot of room looking left. If it does continue to drop. All right, the PAPL. Okay, if you're into the VWAP plays at 460. I mean, if it takes out the high, mean, this could go on a run here, another run. There's the high right there. Look what it got to, 490. So that's look at the high right there is 490, and it's right at that high now. Trying to get a little bit above it, looking left. The next high is 787. I mean, obviously it's got room, but because of the float, it is. You can see how volatile it is. I mean, at one point it's got up to 485, it came right back down to 394. So very volatile. Again, guys, it's very risky, because of the volatility, but and that's the PAPL. Is we're going to put a stop. Yeah, it was good for a while. The OPRX was good for a while, but got up to 1823 from the alert. But yeah, it looks like a better short now. All right, guys, it is now 10:11. So normally I do this at 10 o'clock, but I'm going to go over my homepage, including all the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay. And we do have a promo on right now, 25% off. I'm watching that PAPL here, PAPL. Longer it holds 5. Guys, I'm just watching this. I'd like to take this one, this PAPL. It's holding 5 nicely. Maybe it gets to 520. I haven't taken one of these low floaters for a while. I've been concentrating on the continuation gap, the gap plays. Just watching to see how well it holds 5, guys. I want to see clear 5 in a bigger way. Talking about the PAPL. Just give me a moment, Ivy. Okay. I was going to go over this, but I'm just watching this PAPL. Want to see how well it holds 5. Okay. Well, I have to put a price alert in up in this area. This could be one of those crazy ones later on. Okay, guys. Well, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to delay myself on talking about my homepage because I did take the AVPT. Did take the AVPT on the short, of course. Come on, yeah, big move down. Just give me a moment, guys. I just don't want to see this AVPT jump on me. I'm in at a pretty good price, just under the high 1478. on the short. I had the trigger at 1486, but I couldn't get it quite there. If it gets even close back up to there, I'm out. So just give me a moment as I watch this. Just want to see a little, maybe a drop into the 50s. Okay, I'm going to again. I have this thumbnailed on my other chart, and I don't have to stare at it. I don't have to stare at it here on my other chart on my other monitor. So as I'm going through this on my homepage, yes, okay, into the 50s. Give me a moment, guys. I am looking to, yeah. So I just offloaded some in. I wanted to get it into the 50s, so I've just offloaded some. So now you see, hopefully I can kind of ride this wave down. Okay, guys, let me go over my homepage. Sorry about that, but I had to watch that. I have to pay a little more attention to something like this because it's already had these pops earlier. Okay. Okay, going over my homepage. So let's take a look at my homepage. So as I said before, there is a 25% discount right now using my code Barry25. That'll get you 25% off first month only or the entire year. My Trade Idea subscription. All I ask, use my code. Whatever the code is, changes from time to time. It'll always be the best discount. Why use my code? Because it'll help to keep the room free. The company tracks these promo codes, and if they see people using my code enough, they'll keep their room free. Okay, that's the reason to use it. And you scroll down a bit, you can get the trade of the week right here. Sign up for it. You'll get it. It's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. You sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Do that before, if you sign up for it and you're not getting it, please do that before you contact us. If you check your spam folder and you check your promotions folder, and if you have Gmail, fine, and contact us if it's not there. All right. Education right here. Just watching the AVPT. Yeah, no Barry 50. No. Education is right here. I'll get to my scans in a bit, but first, if you do take out a subscription, and also, listen carefully if you don't have a subscription. If you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, this is the first thing you must do. They're getting started with Trade Ideas. I say this every time. It's a software program, so there's a bit of a learning curve. What we tried to do here, though, is in very short videos. There are only about 8 or 9 of them. We can get you started. That's why it's called Getting Started with Trade Ideas. Okay, it's the first thing you must do. Now, if you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the program, is it a good fit for you? Is it something you might want to take a look at? What I would do is take a look at these videos. Don't look at the first one. That's the install. But you can look at the following ones, and from there you might be able to make up your mind whether or not you think this is a good program for you. Okay. Now, understand that a month subscription, it's not a contract really. It's just month to month. So you can always cancel. So even if you run through these videos and you think, okay, I wouldn't mind giving it a shot. And within a month, you say, no, it's not for me. No problem. You can just cancel out. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Okay. Free series of videos if you're new to trading. Now, if you're looking for my scans and you click on my homepage link, here they are. Okay, I'm out of a moment here. Not quite. I want to see this AVPT. It's still a little jumpy for me. I took a few shares, so give me a moment, guys. I want to see if this 1470 holds on the way down. Well, I'm certainly glad I didn't take the PAPL. Waited for that alert at 520. Didn't happen. Okay, let me keep going here. So here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. So this one you can see, this is the should really say that this is the change in 5 minutes. Okay, it could be up or down. These are the biggest changes in 5 minutes. So you can see the PayPal is down 7.5% within a 5 minute period. You will get negative numbers here if the stock is moving down. With the positive numbers, of course, if the stock is moving up. So that's what this is. That one is. I don't have this one up and running anymore. Figured it's just too redundant. This is the momentum scan over here. My gap continuation or reversal scan is right here. This is where I found the AVPT early. Waited a long time to take it. And the other one, which has nothing in it. Ooh, let me make sure I didn't do something dumb. No, they're both interesting. Nothing in this one. This is the I call this the Pepe combo scan. Nothing in it today. Not yet, anyway. It's been very active over the last few days. Normally, you only get about two or three anyway, maybe four. But in the last few days, we've had maybe 10, but nothing in it yet. Okay, guys. So here are the scans I'm currently sharing. Okay, so you can take a look at them. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. You must have a different price range. What's your price range, Pepe? I think I upped it to 60. So yours are over. Yeah. So I have it at max of 60. So I guess that's why. Did they work? Okay, guys. Took myself out of the AVP. It was okay. I mean, I wish it got down a little bit further, but I'm gonna forget about it now. Can you put the price on that screen, or is it just by percentage? So what are you talking about exactly? What screen are you talking about? See, you're talking a scan. Oh, you mean here? You're talking about this right here? Like the net? Oh, I see. Well, no, because I mean, I'm always going to click on it. I'm always going to click on the alert or on the symbol, and that's of course is where I'm going to see it. I'm not going to see anything outside the price range I don't want to see. Okay, because of the filters I got. So in theory, I should want to see anything I see here. I will click on it, and of course now I'm getting my price. I'm not going to see anything outside the price range I don't want to see. If that makes sense. I already set a price range exactly, and of course you can do the same thing. You're not going to see something you don't want to see if it's outside the price range, or it's below. Like for instance, I don't look at stocks under a dollar as an example. All right, guys. So let me go over this the momentum scan. I'm going to go over the gap continuation. And next week, So settle down a lot, okay? The only reason it's so I know I repeat myself every day, but the only reason it is so active is because we're still in earnings season. We had something like 1,400 companies or 1,200 companies releasing earnings this week. Next week, there are only about 400. So still a lot. Don't get me wrong, it's still a lot. Obviously, only a third of this week. So consequently, I'm going to go over the scan in a bit, but I want to demonstrate the power of trade ideas using this momentum scan. So I think this is what sets us apart from virtually all other programs out there. What we can do is I'm going to right click on this scan. I'm going to click on the summary. And this is what it's looking for. Okay. Well, pins, guys. Some of you may have already seen that. Pins, PINS, having a nice reversal. Yeah, and a reversal. So if this in this particular scan, if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 20, meaning it has to be trading at least 20 times normal to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. 500,000 shares minimum have traded. This is why I call it a momentum scan. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. So there's a big volume surge. And also in 5 minutes, 400% of normal. It's got to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day. We get a real-time alert. So that's why LZ, that's the last time any stock met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. That's at 10:20. This is a very active scanner. It's a little bit strange, especially with the market moving higher because it's 10:28 now. But that's how this works. All the filter values have to be met. And then if they are, and in this is the trigger in this scan, the trigger meaning a new high of the day, real-time high of the day, you get the alert. And it just, yeah, so that last one was at 10:20. So if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it. This is on my homepage. But you can make changes to it, of course. Maybe you don't like my price range. Maybe there's something else you don't like. Maybe you want to adjust some of these values. Okay, these are the values I'm using. You don't have to use the same ones. If you have any experience trading, maybe you have a filter that you'd love to add to this. Go ahead. Okay, this is just all these templates. This is what I like to see. Doesn't have to be what you like to see. So this is what we call an event. And now there are a lot of screening programs that are out there. Okay, of course we can screen. So what do I mean by screening? Show me the stocks that are up the most. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are moving the most in a 5-minute period. Be they up or down. This is what this is doing. Okay. Many. So basically, you're getting lists. Okay, but we can take it one step further by taking the values that are in the list and applying a trigger. In this case, the new high of the day. That sets us apart, in my opinion. Ooh, look at the AVPT. Right back to oh well. Now, if you want to create your own scan from scratch, you can do that. This time I click on the search. Right at the very top, the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got, the new high and the new low of the day. And you can see we have a lot of other ones. All these icons represent real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down, these are all the filters that we've got, the screeners. So again, looking at this for the first time, don't get overwhelmed by all this. You don't have to learn all these. If you have no trading experience at all, my first thing I would do though is go to my home page and go to the education section and go to the back to basics, that series of videos. Trade Ideas is a fabulous program, but it generates ideas for you. But you have to know what to do. You click on an alert on a symbol. You have to understand what the chart is trying to tell you. Okay, these are ideas. They're not okay. Take the trade right away. If you have no idea what the chart is trying to tell you, I really recommend you take a look at that back to basics and then practice in our simulator trading. Now, if you have any trading experience whatsoever, what I would do is I would take a look at these. and I would just scroll down. And if you see something that you recognize from your trading experience, you can take a look at it. Okay, maybe create a scan based on things that like filters and real-time triggers that you recognize. Okay. Well, again, don't get hung up on how many. Now, people might say, well, why do you have so many? Well, think of it this way: when the company started in 2003, they thought that probably most people would not want to have to learn a complicated programming language in order to create a scan. So I said, okay, what if we create a lot of different real-time alerts and a lot of different filters so that if you had any trading experience at all, you could combine them to give yourself the type of scan you're looking for, which is what I did here. Okay. Okay. Let me go over this. Continue. This is. I'm going to go over this gap continuation or reversal scan. So, Rick, I really don't have an answer to that. I mean, it sometimes depends on the week. Depends. We're in earning season right now. When we get out of earning season, I'll probably concentrate more on these crazy low floaters. Try to figure out a way to trade them. So, I'm more of a momentum trader, meaning I like to see stocks near the high or the low of the day. This is a little bit different, because it can show you reversals, stocks that have reversed up or gapped up and then starting to reverse. But let me explain this multi-strategy window that you see here. Again, this is available on my homepage. Called a multi-strategy window because typically the reason somebody would use one is if you don't have a lot of screen space. Maybe you've only got one monitor, and so you have several alert windows on your monitor. You can group them and put them into a multi-strategy window. So kind of save some space. So in this that's not my issue. My issue, I don't have a problem with the space, but what I do like to do is sometimes put similar scans in a multi-strategy window. These are gap scans. So let me show you what they are. So I right click on it and then hover over the strategies. Here they are. The gap up and go. So what does that mean? So that means, remember now, I've got filters. There has to be a gap. Remember, the gap is the first trade of the day. So if a stock closed at a dollar yesterday and the first trade of the day was say $1.40, that means it is gapped up 40 cents. It's the first trade of the day. So I have a minimum gap in these of dollar wise and also percentage. So there has to be a certain gap. So the gap up and go means when I got the alert, the stock had, of course, it had gapped up and then it made a new high. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to keep going, but that's where I got the alert. Gap down and reverse, meaning it gapped down, and it's starting to reverse. Gap up and reverse, and it gapped up, and now it's starting to reverse. And then the gap down and go, which I'm liking quite a bit now. During earnings season, trying to trade these stocks that are really being beaten up. It gapped down and go, it gapped down, it kept going down. At the time of the alert, I shouldn't say it kept going down. The time of the alert, we got the alert, doesn't mean it's going to keep going down afterwards. That's why I struggle with the ABPT. But for instance, GoGo yesterday was awesome. Got the alert, had to wait a little bit, hit my trigger, and boy, did it ever gap down. Now, do they all work? Of course not. But that's why you have a stop. If it doesn't work, you get out and move on. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, guys. So, question in the main room is how much room do I see TTEC having to go? I haven't seen that one at all today. So, let's take a look at TTEC. So, it is an earnings play, released earnings after hours yesterday. The first reaction this morning, well, yeah, the first reaction was positive. It's still positive, but it's pulled back. I mean, that's pretty, 336 back down to 308. I would say it would probably have to take out 320 again. Look at the high looking left. It's all I do. I mean, I have a super simple way of looking at things. All I do is I just look left. If I'm looking to get into a stock, I'll look left to see where could it go before it hits that next high. If I can't see it on the daily chart, then I look at the weekly, and if I can't see it on the weekly, then I look at it on the monthly. Well, looking at this one right now, this would have to, for me anyway, it would have to take out 320, that high right there. And you can see this morning it did, but it is pulled back. But if it takes out 320 again, because then when you look left, look at all the room it's got. So that's my analysis. So what I would do, I'm not saying I'm going to be interested in this one, but I would put a price alert right there and then just forget about it. Okay. In other words, when I say forget about it, don't stare at the chart. Just put your price alert in, move on. If it triggers, it triggers. Hmm. Wonder if it's something's gone wrong. I don't think I changed anything yesterday. 1 in 60, 500,000 shares. Relative volume is 8. It's count I should get rid of. I don't really. But let me take a look at Lazar or Laser. Oh, LZAT. Sorry, not. Okay. Obviously, yeah, the minimum option volume is met. 21 relative volume. Obviously, the volume is good. All right, guys. PayPal is back now. PayPal is back. PAPL is back. It might trigger for me at 520. I don't know. No, it triggers. I'm not saying I'm going to take it immediately because it's super volatile. Almost got back down to what did it get down to before 430? I think I saw the last. Yeah, almost back down to 4. So what have I changed? I mean, I won't. They're both checked. 1 in 60, 500,000 shares. I'm sure the count is not the issue. Well, instead of trying to figure out why, I'll just download it from my homepage. That's the easiest thing to do. I know I could probably do the symbol missing one, but I'll just do this. It's because it was a little strange not to get anything. And there's Lazar and there's Blend. Okay. Well, thank you, Pepe. I wonder why. Okay, guys, PayPal now. Very Yeah, I'm sure there are others. Of course, as you know, it's only going to show me the last one on the long side and the short side. Wonder why that happened. That's weird. So let me save my layout. I want to have the old one. Looking a little better now for me anyway. I mean, the longer it holds over five, and if it explodes through 520, it probably is going to get me in. I'm not suggesting you do the same thing. Now, I've drifted away from following these ones, but it just looks so juicy. When you look at the next high in the daily chart. So, what do you mean, Rick? In our YouTube room, I've been having a few issues with TI Pro AI timing out. What do you mean by that exactly? Now, first of all, I should have welcomed those of you who are new to the rooms, the YouTube room, and also our main room. Welcome. This is the format. Now, starting again back on Chris Farley's back on Monday. Chris Farley at Trade Ideas. So he was on vacation for a week, but when he's back, he'll start opening the main room at 7:30 Eastern time in the morning. I get on the mic at 9. I don't open it that early because I live in Vancouver, Canada, so it's too early for me. And I go to about 2:30. Okay. Now I'll always stay later if there are questions. No questions, I take off. But if you have questions for me, I'll always stay later. I don't understand. You're trying to you mean, I still don't understand. You're trying to download the program and it's timing out on you on the download, Rick? You're trying to download. So this is one I actually do have to pay attention to. Okay, it's not a matter of hitting a trigger at 520 because it could explode through 520. So this is actually one I have to pay attention to. And so what I typically do there is I might put a price above. Did I get that? Oh yes. Okay, guys. A minute. Let's see. I gotta watch it now. I have to watch it. It's so volatile. I have to watch it. Okay, little price alert to it. Accelerated higher. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, I'll get to your question in a second, Rick. I have to watch this paper. Yeah. Okay. So I'm in kind of like mini scout mode on this one, guys, because I gotta watch it, okay, Rick. We'll get to your question. I think I know what's going on, but okay, the last time it worked, I put a press alert and it popped into the 50s. Okay, Rick, so when you say you attempt to configure it, so you right click and okay, you have to, yeah. Well, you can do this. Oh, I see. Right. I'm gonna have to get rid of this craziness. See, I want to confuse people here. The reason I put this in a momentum scan or the multi-strategy window is so we can see that red line. I'm gonna have to change that. I do understand what's happening. So here's how you can do it. You know what, Rick? You might want to just break it out. Okay. You don't understand what I'm talking about. You see where I'm hovering over strategies, and then you see where it says Momo, and then you see where it says Open Alert Window. Do that, and then it doesn't have to be in this momentum window. Now you can do it. Okay. Now you can configure. Does that make sense? So you take the momentum scan, or well, take the Momo, in the multi-strategy window, the momentum scan, hover, right-click strategies, hover over Momo, go down to Open Alert Window. Okay. So now you can get rid of this. Okay. This is what you'll actually look at. The reason I haven't done it this way is because you need the description column if you care about seeing where the next high on a daily chart is. What happens when I click on NTRB? I get a red line. Now, this was obvious to see. That is the next high. But what if the next high on a daily chart had been like way back, many, many months ago? Okay. Well, I could click on the weekly chart. I would see it. That's the reason. But you have to have this. You have to have the description column, which you don't have. Ah, you don't have to. Right. You can go into configure. I still think I'm going to get rid of it though because I think it confuses people. So this is what Pepe is saying. You go to the strategies, Momo, and configure. Okay, instead of breaking it out. I think. See the problem. Here's the problem I have with it is because depends on your screen space. Okay, you have to have. See how wide this is because you have to have the description column. You cannot shrink it down. I don't think so anyway. See if you shrink it down. So this you'd have to have it at least this big. So you see here, I mean, this is my row width is man. Well, it's not that much. This is I think the minimum row width. So that's why the multi-strategy doesn't take as much space, but it's a little confusing if you want to do make a change to it. Okay, guys. Well, that was a quick and dirty one for the PAPL. Again, very volatile. And now 10:52. Yeah, SOUN from our AI is now turned. In fact, yeah. So I want to bring this to your attention. So look what happened here. We had an alert. Okay, not an entry price. An alert at 9:46. That's the time at 13:59. Now from there, it wasn't terrible. It got up to 1380. So I mean, you could have got out some, but look what happened afterwards. It actually hit the stop. There's the stop at 1318. But I've done several videos on this. If a stock comes halfway, if it hits the stop at any point during the day, and then comes halfway between the original entry price, in this case 1539, the stop was at 15. I'm sorry, sound. The original entry was 1359. It hit the stop 1318, and then it came halfway between 1359 and 1318, which is 1338. I say this all the time. A lot of people just wait for that. They don't take the original. They don't even look at this. They just wait for a reentry. So look what happened. You got it. You could have got in at 1338, a little bit better than the 13. And from there, it really, it worked out. Are they all going to work out like this? No, but a lot of times they do. A lot of people just wait for the reentry. You could look at it this way: maybe a little bit early on the alert, settle down a bit, then you get the alert a little bit later. This wasn't actually that much later. I mean, the exit was at 10 and the reentry time was at 10:01. So literally within 1 minute, it came back. But a lot of people just wait for the reentry. All right, guys. Well, here, this is an ETF for, this is the warrant for Sound, SOUN. This is an ETF specifically for it. So you thought Sound was going to continue higher. Value's not bad. 800,000 shares. You'll get, what's the spread like? Spread's a little wonky, okay, perhaps. Plus, Sound is way cheaper. But if you really thought that Sound was going to keep moving higher and higher and higher, I'm not saying to do this, okay? But this gives you double the move. So if SOUN moves 30 cents, this will move 60 cents. But if SOUN drops 30 cents, this will drop 60 cents. Just so you understand. That's why it's called a two time. And not saying to do it. Boy, PAPL is teasing me again. You see this? I mean, it's front and center right there. Well, if you're a VWAP type player, look what it did. It got into the VWAP at around 475 right there. And that, so if you're a VWAP player, it pulled back into it, held it. Only one candle though. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Uh, Missed a lot of these. Actually, looking forward to next week, guys. Not having as many in this gap continuation or reversal scan, and just to further explain why we're getting so many. We're in earnings season, so look what happens when companies release earnings. Okay, they can either have a big move up or a big move down, and not all of them, of course, but enough of them. So this is down 14%, so a gap down, and typically, that's what happens when we are in earnings season. So many companies releasing earnings. You get a lot of companies either gapping up or gapping down. Wow, this is so super active. Now you might have some of these alerts earlier, right, Pepe? I'm getting them now. I wonder why that happened. I'm sure we had the alert for sound earlier than 10:50. Give me a moment, guys. 10:30? Okay, 10:30. Yeah, so 10:50. So I'm getting it now because that made a new high for the day here at 13. Still not bad. So Pepe, we found out why the stream. The stream was stopping in YouTube after the guys left because, as Steve said, old habits. Because remember now, before I was doing this in YouTube, they were starting a stream of their own, and then they would stop the stream as opposed to just stopping their display. So hopefully Andy was follow that discussion. So hopefully he won't stop the stream. I'll get on before we say don't stop the stream, Andy. Boy, look at TTD, guys. I mean, this is now continuing to move down. Another new low for TTD. And I was looking up here to look for the next low. It's way down here. Well, sound is an earnings play though too, so it has some degree of trading on its own rather than following the market. I know it has some news about its AI and all, but it is also an earnings play. I missed. I blame Steve. I missed re-entering PAPL. So this is the type of stock that later on in the day, I mean, I don't know what it's going to do from here, of course, but later on in the day, especially if it kind of rests a bit, if that's possible with this one, or even pulls back a little bit, then later on in the day, we used to see this sort of these things happening a lot. Haven't seen it as much lately, but later on in the day, when a stock kind of, after it settles down, after the huge flurry of excitement, maybe around 2 o'clock, 1:30, 2 o'clock, all of a sudden the interest comes back. And if it takes out the high of the day, especially when there's room, it can go on another run. Not saying that's going to happen, of course, but wow, this is a nice one. I didn't even see this one from our AI guys. Probably an earnings play. Yep, another earnings play. Hestrana Health. I'm not sure I've ever seen this one. Looks like this should be a NASDAQ play, and it is not. I thought maybe they chose that. I don't know why they chose this. Anyway, ASTH, this is an earnings play. It's also from our AI. There was the alert 26, wow, 2632, 29. Very nice. A volume like pretty good. 600, I mean, not huge, but 17 times normal. Spread is not fabulous, but for a stock that's moving $3, $4, 20-cent spread is not the worst thing in the world, especially with IB when you can maybe stick at an in between fill. Too late for me now, but definitely a nice little break on the 15. So I see also AVPT showed up on your scan, Pepe. I mean, it's showing up late for me now at 11:01 when it made another new low, but I bet you it showed up earlier. So that was not the easiest as you not the easiest trade. Well, that was now. Oh, okay, cool. Well, maybe. Let's see. I mean, the reason I liked it from the beginning, got that room down to 1387. So yeah, it's got about what 70 odd cents below the VWAP. Boy, PayPal is still doing its thing. PAPL still doing its thing. Well, TTD, guys, I mean, I almost feel like just taking this. I mean, it's so down, but I mean, it's just nobody wants this stock right now. TTD showed up in your scan also. I see it at 50, excuse me, 53.99. Excuse me. Might have been earlier though. Oh, it is okay now. Okay. Just hard. I know it could get down 50%. It's hard to imagine it's going to I mean, there's the okay, you know what? I mean, this is at the level where we may see a bounce, okay? Keep an eye on this one, guys. The TTD. Excuse me. The next low looking left on the weekly chart is 53.35. It got down to 53.54, okay? I mean, that may hold it. It may hold it. I mean, it did have a nice bounce here. It went from what, 53.91 up to 56. So, I mean, that was a $3 bounce here before it, started moving down again. But this wave is still on the 5 minute anyway, is still showing you that it's weak. The trend is weak. Orange wave down. Pepe, I just did something that is kind of interesting to me. You want to know what it is? Sebastian has not got back to me, so that's a little bit strange. I don't know. That's very, very, very strange. Hope there's nothing wrong. Very, very strange. But my computer started to, generate some more noise. All I did, I decided, what if I just, no, I'm going to just, I just clicked on the mic and that stopped it. It's got something to do, you're right, with this codecs or whatever you called it, audio. It's too coincidental. My computer was starting to, get a bit noisy, and I thought, you know what, I'm just going to do this, and it stopped. Now, I like to do it a few times. What if I give you can? Yes, it instantly, instantly. I'm going to do it a few more times, obviously, just to see if that was just a tremendous coincidence. But I mean, it was instant. The minute I went muted the mic in the room, stopped. Yes, it is, Ital Trader. It's on my homepage. Yes. So so here's my homepage. Okay, I'm sorry, not that one. So here's my homepage. I think you know what to do, right? Go to the scan section, my homepage, and then yes, it's called. Now it's the change in 5 minutes. Okay, it doesn't have to be positive. It could be negative. Are there any audio settings? That's why I was hoping he would come in. Let me just see if I can find something. Oh, yeah, on my scan page. Sorry, Trader. I thought, so I'll show it to you. Yeah, on my scan, yeah, scans right here, and then right here. Now, I'm gonna have to get him to change this. It says most percent up, but it doesn't have to be up. It could be, it's just the biggest percentage moves, be they up or down. And the reason you would want to see that also is that this could be a nice pullback. So for instance, let's just take a look at DKI. And so this is what, an IPO today? Just give me a moment. Yeah, is this an IPO today? I haven't seen this one. Oh yeah, this is an IPO today, I guess. Yeah, priced at $4 a share, open at 880. Wow, big. No, thank you, D. Yeah, okay. My scan page isn't the same as yours. Now, are you clicking on my? Are you clicking now? The reason it might not be, you have to click on because you may have a cached version of my scan page. 'Cause I made this change a long time ago. Okay, I excuse me. You may have a lot more scans in there if you got a cached version of my home page. I changed this quite a while ago, though. Yeah, so so I think anyway, if you click on my new home, well, I put it in the room right here. You see, right above you, right above you. See what I'm pointing at? Now, right below you. Okay. Now halted on the way. Excuse me. Just give me a moment. All right. Let me check my gear here and see if there's any. Just looking to see if there's any settings in here. And there's my Elgato, so I mean, I'm not gonna change that. What if I change it to one of the other ones? I don't know, maybe that'll help, I don't know. This is all, the only other thing I have, echo cancellation and auto gain. Oh, I know what I can do. I can actually change the mic, though. I mean, that shouldn't be, when I say change the mic, there are all those, that's the default, that is looks the same. See, there are all these slightly different. Let me try the FX, see what happens. 'Cause I mean, the default is always gonna be up there, so I better write it down. Elgato Wave 3, just standard. I'll change the mic, let's see what happens. I don't know if I have to reboot the room, though, for that to happen, but let's just see. Wouldn't that be wild if that was it? So DKI, yeah, halted on the way down. Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Ghost Win in our YouTube room. So halted on the way down. So here is your potential open. Yeah, so that's a China stock also. Okay, that is a China stock. So any change in the mic? Probably not. Let's do another one then, just for fun. Again, I don't know if you have to reboot the room for those changes to. Really? You didn't tell me. When you say good, you mean it's good? I mean it's. I'm afraid to ask. And you guys may think I don't care. I care a lot. Okay. How about YouTube? Let's put it this way, guys. I mean, I'm going off topic completely, but since this has really been starting again. Remember, okay, when I started the YouTube stream, you said that really helped the audio. Really helped the audio. Whenever I started a couple of weeks ago, you said that really helped the audio in both rooms. And I thought, okay, well, now it's crazy that that would work. But believe me, I wake up in the morning and I go, oh man, I just hope it's okay. I shouldn't have to think about that nonsense. Hard enough to trade and moderate rather than in the back of my mind, I'm always wondering, is it really terrible for people? Now that, okay, Grumpy, you and I go way back. That's probably the funniest thing you've ever said. All right, guys. Okay, what's happening now? Fly. Wow. So this is the IPO and from yesterday, guys. Fly and wow. Interactive Broker is getting a little bit better on giving us shorts the next day of these IPOs. They used to do that. Used to be 1 or 2 days. I would notice this is going back several years, but in the last little while, I have not noticed that. But we had what was the one a couple of days last week, and there were shorts available 2 days later. There were shorts available already at Interactive Brokers. I don't. I mean, it's possible. I suppose they them trades, but this is the only alerts that I get that really are crazy are here. A lot of alerts here. But it's funny. Ever since I muted the mic and then came back, my computer is just doing nothing. So look at Fly. I mean, here, wow, I wish I'd seen that earlier because this would have been an awesome. Well, you wouldn't have got it there. It opened here at 55. Now, the other thing I'm doing is I am streaming Sirius all day long too. I wonder if that has anything to do with it. Well, I've got three streams going, plus my brokerage platform, so I've got a lot going on. All right. Okay, I just turned off the auto gain. This was another. I don't know where. The problem is I don't know where it first happened. The Fox F. Another gap down and go. A little bit choppy though. If you remember go from yesterday, once it started going down, it kept going down, down, down. No areas in which you thought, I might have to get out of this trade. Potential fraud. Thank you. Did that help at all, turning off the auto gain, or does it take a while maybe? All right, guys. I was turned out to be just a fab. I mean, I didn't do it, unfortunately, but we're talking about this in the pre-market. Maybe if it got up to this area, which it did, sorry, on the weekly chart, which it did, and it might stall, this could turn into an interesting short right to that area here. Got a little bit above it, but once it took this out again, what a short. Hmm. Okay, so Pepe, what happened is turning off the auto gain muted myself. I have not muted the mic. So let me, so I just turned it, yeah, I just undid that. Just turned it back on. Thank you, D. So you guys can hear me now in the main room again after I selected auto gain again. If not, might have to reload the room on my end. Hmm. How about now? I just click the mic on and off. I just click the mic on and off. Did that work? I might have to reload. Okay, I'm gonna have to reload the room. You guys can't hear me in YouTube or in you hear me in YouTube, but you don't hear me in the main room. Fun and games in IT. Okay, I did change the mic back. I think I'm gonna have to reload the room. Okay. Okay, you can't hear me, right? Okay, I'm gonna reload. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back in. I haven't started screen sharing. Hopefully you can hear me though. I reloaded the room. Hopefully you can hear me. Don't tell me just by unchecking gain and then coming back that screwed everything up. Oh boy, you guys can't hear me. Wow. Well, that's interesting. So you guys can hear me on YouTube. Hmm. Yeah, it's the main room we're talking about. Yeah, I know, Rick. I might have to get people there. Hmm. All right. Anybody in the main room now? Can you hear me? I actually just completely restarted the session, booted everybody out. Well, I see people still there, but probably that's just the remnants. Oh man, you still can't hear me. So Pepe, you're answering no. Oh my. Well, I'm not sure what to do. Not sure what to do. If you can't hear me now. YouTubers, I know you can hear me, okay? We're having a problem in the main room, so yeah, I can do that, Rick. Don't go, but yeah, if you go to my homepage, so you guys can hear me in YouTube. You go to my homepage. Sorry about this, guys. If you go to my homepage, and if you go to the education section, Rick, okay, go to the education section, and here's a link to get into the right here, okay, right there. There's the join link. Well, okay, I'll keep talking. I mean, people on YouTube can hear me, of course, but this is just because we did the gain. All right, guys. What time is it now? 11:38. So I'll be taking my break in about 20 minutes. Hopefully, then I'm going to. So I guess I can. Yeah, I'll be able to join. Andy will be doing the YouTube stream, so I'll have to join his stream. So I have to do a reboot on my computer, and hopefully that's going to help whatever the heck went on in the main room. Boy, down TTD, another leg down, guys. I mean, this is just is now below that. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Thank you, Spanky. Okay. Well, what Spanky said is he reloaded. Thank you very much. So maybe you guys have to reload on your end, okay? Because Spanky says you guys can hear. He says he can hear me. Well, I won't. Yeah, maybe I should type that. No, but some people did nothing. So maybe it just took a while. Okay, maybe it took a while for it to show up. Okay, I do apologize, guys. But I blame Pepe. It's all his fault. But so yeah, I mean, it only happened when we got out of when I unchecked the auto game, which I won't do. And then you guys couldn't hear me. I rechecked it. You guys still couldn't hear me. So I won't do that again. But somebody suggested I should do that, and I'm just teasing Pepe, of course. Well, I'm glad now I don't have to reboot. Okay, I'm just saying, guys. TTD. I mean, now, I mean that little area is 53.35. We're at 53.30. I keep thinking that that might bounce from here. Well, I have a million different settings on my Elgato mic. I should probably look at them again. I just went years with it without having to change it at all. Uh, maybe. Resetting to factory settings, maybe. But the problem is, I mean, it's well, you know what? I can't dwell on this. AVPT, thanks for all the help, guys. I mean, the suggestions really. Uh, I did not get back into this AVPT. I see the papal. Now, listen, the papal, PAPL, PAPL. Later on, now it's below the VWAP now, but if maybe if it gets above the VWAP again later on in the day and gets over $5 later on in the day, this could have an end of day run. Could wipe the drive. Oof, another nice reversal play here, guys. Carmen, is this the nice reversal play? Still barely up for the day. Another earnings play. KRMN. CNIQ. That was another one from last week or 2 weeks ago. Last week. Well, I mean, it's struggling still. This was a big one. Well, we thought it was going to be a big one from last week. You know what? I'll have to make sure I have my price alert set. So, Spanky, when you say you reloaded, you just did a refresh, right? You just refreshed because Dak is saying he doesn't hear me. Oh, you actually closed the room and then re-entered. Oh, okay, not just a refresh. Oh, I see. Okay, I see, Dak. Okay. All right, guys. I'm so distracted right now. And yeah, Sebastian, I hope nothing's wrong with him. He's usually awesome at getting back to me almost immediately. So I hope there's nothing going on. Sebastian is the creator of the room. So you can't take vacation. Yeah. I think you're kidding though, right? You can't take vacations. Not in the strict sense of the word. He's the only support person. Oh, I think you were just kidding. Yeah. I mean, it's his baby. So all right, guys. Again, I'm gonna make sure I did not well, okay, I did. Uncheck it. Yeah, William is taking off for a while. He told me a couple of weeks ago. You're talking about the mushroom coffee? Dan was supposed to send me some. Okay, guys, I got a confirmation that it'll be Andy in our YouTube room at noon. He'll take over the YouTube link or the YouTube stream from me. Hopefully, have a better handoff when I come back. You know, Pepe, there's no question now. I've done this about 3 or 4 times. Every time my computer starts to rev up a little bit, I just, mute the audio in here, not my mic, and that just stops it about 5 times now. Okay, now oh, it's too cheap, too bad. Funko is showing up on the Gap Down and Go, but it's super cheap. I don't, typically wanna short stocks that are $2.43. So, but it's too bad because this is yeah, it's an all-time low right now for FNKO. Remember we used to see this one lots? I remember 1 month, I think it had a tremendous run. I think it was well, not 1 month, but it had a several sort of remember these days. I mean, it got up to $27. 243 now. Is it open, HTFL, or are you just saying what the projected open is? Okay, so you're talking about the projected open? So, as always, I'm just gonna put a price alert. Create the price alert, put it at, $1. We know when it starts to trade, it'll be, over a dollar. Okay, 16,000,019, thank you. And I'm gonna assume, are there some big guys behind it, DJ? Some big guys? Okay, don't know anything about it. Yeah, the Nerd Wallet, this was look at this, I mean, just got hammered down, but it is crawled back from the bottom. This has been a gap down and reversal play. No, I see AI mirroring heart disease. Okay, well, let's cheer them on. This one, SMX. What's the volume? Good volume, actually. Irish out of Ireland. Next high looking left is 823. So there's certainly room. A lot of room for SMX, guys. Don't really recall. I didn't see this in the pre market. It wasn't doing anything in the pre market. But look at the volume picking up. A lot of volume picking up. Well, I don't know about the PayPal now, guys. I don't know if it's that's a pretty severe pullback now, almost right back down to 4, way down underneath the VWAP. So I don't think it's going to do it later on, but I'll have my alert set up here in case it, in case it does happen. Boy, look at oust. I mean, this is just complete. This is complete reversal now. Well, had I been paying more attention, I probably would have got this one, but there was the alert, the gap up and reverse for house at 9:57. The alert price was $29, 29.10. And let me just click on this, and you're going to see the candle that happened on right there. Now, it wouldn't have been easy. I mean, yeah, I probably would not have taken it right there because then it popped up. But you can see kind of what happened. It got into the VWAP and then, a little bit above it, try it again. And then once it couldn't get through the VWAP the second time, it really had a big fall. It's still up for the day, but nowhere near as up. Okay, guys. So yeah, I see some of you are Shady's in back in sound, I guess. 1358. Another gap up and reversal play, frog. You know what? If this takes out 8, now yeah, I probably can't do anything. Be taking my break. In fact, I better get my message up there pretty soon. But this is another gap up and reversal play, and look at underneath. There's yesterday's low is 7, so it obviously has room underneath. Okay, guys. So on a break, back around 1 p.m. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up in the YouTube room, and I'll hand off. Excuse me, hand the stream off to him. Just give me a moment. This is the link to get into YouTube for those of you who are still in the main room. Okay, so there's the link. Now I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. Okay, then when that happens, I'll mute myself, of course, in the main room. And I just heard a little pop. I think Andy's there, so I'm muting myself now in the main room, guys. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And Andy, I think I heard a little pop, so you
Hey,
must be there, right?
yes, Barry. How are you, buddy?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. Doing good, man. Not bad.
Now, when we had, because this actually started last week, and as Steve said, when we hand off back when I come back at 1 o'clock Eastern time, I
Hmm.
guess don't close the room. Okay.
I won't do that. No, I shall wait for
Okay.
you.
Okay.
Yep.
Wait for me. Now the only issue is when I try to grab the screen, it won't allow me to grab the screen until you stop
Stop sharing.
your sharing. Okay.
Right. Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll make sure as soon as I hear your voice, I will stop sharing and we can say our goodbyes and
We
chat a
can say
little
our
bit. And
goodbyes for
yeah,
another week. Yeah.
that's all right, man.
Okay, Andy. We'll see you in about an hour then.
All right, Barry. Enjoy.
Okay. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Hey, everybody. All right. This is going to be the 1 hour support webinar. And my name is Andy. If we haven't met, and yeah, this is where if you have a question, you've been. I'm sure Barry. I know he helps out a lot of people as well. But if you have any more questions, thanks, Trader 77. Always good to know. Uh, Hi, Ivy. How are you? All right. So we can talk stocks. We can talk market. If you do, by all means, have any questions about the software, drop it in the YouTube chat there, and I'll do my best to tackle it. But kind of a crazy market I've noticed lately. I mean, the market will be strong. Some stocks will be strong, but man, there's sure a lot of stocks that just get hit. So I guess it's a stock picker's market, but yeah, I come in with trades that look pretty good, setting up nicely, and the market opens, bam, they just get smoked, for 2 hours. But luckily, I had some sound. I bought that into earnings. I had some Tesla coming into the day, so up on the day. But man, it's a grind. I would be up a lot more if I didn't have these positions that didn't open up and just get smashed. All right, Thomas, you're using yeah, yes, the Mag 7, the big techs has been strong lately. Tesla got handed the baton this morning, potentially breaking out of that wedge in Tesla. I'm not going to draw it, but you can definitely see it here. So maybe have to draw it because we got to. I don't know if that's out of the wedge yet. Let's take a look. No, it's really not. I mean, technically, it's got a ways to go. Come on now. I, sh- I love the browser charts, except for the drawing tools. They still have some work to do on those things. But one could argue that it is technically not out of that wedge pattern yet. But a good start. Okay, Thomas, I'm not sure if you had a question about the AI. You said I'm using the Trade Ideas AI part. So yeah, if you have a question about it, go ahead and ask it. It's not one that I focus a lot on, only because I'm a swing trader, so back in my day trading days I would have, but I thought this RKLB, yeah, now it's starting to go. We're trying to. I tried it earlier, got out. Yeah, I can't be bothered. The historical data from Holly seems to be off. Okay, probably not something we want to research, and because it could take some time for me to do all that in here on this 1 hour support webinar. But listen, if you want to put together some data and send it, Thomas, to info, send it to our email. We'll be happy to take a look at it, and I'll drop it in there. Just send it to info@tradeideas.com, and be sure to back up the data, that you're seeing. Don't just say it's a little bit off, but yeah, give us some details. It's very possible sometimes that data gets uh, a little bit off, or maybe we're tracking it from should be a track from whatever the alert went off at. But Yeah, this stock is feeling very similar to the way DraftKings traded yesterday, which was just horrible. And yeah, it's still trading like a in a mess. So far, I'm stopped out of that one. Thought thought it could hold on to this. It still may, but yeah, I bought it at like 15 this morning, 16, and just yeah, got out. Not gonna fight that. All right, so yeah, I'm down to just four stocks here. Loading an alert window. When you say loading, did somebody share this window with you, Sandra, or are you talking about just building an alert on your own? Hello, Snowman. Hello, Mike C. How are you? Building an alert on my own. Okay, yeah, it's pretty easy. When you say it's not loading, so when you go up here to new and click on alert window, it's not firing up a configure window for you. Hi, Mariana. How are you? Uh, yeah. So let me know when you say it's not loading what you're talking about, or you're having a hard time building an alert window. Maybe that's what you mean. Because if you go to the new tab, sorry, yeah, the new tab in the toolbar, I got the menu, but I'm having trouble with apps showing. Okay, let's just walk through this, okay? And just yes or no. When you click on new and you click on the alert window, do you get the configuration window? Well, Senior, I'm not sure what you mean by get the app showing the this whole software. Okay, so you get the configuration window. So let's just walk through it because Stacy followed up. Can you show us how to build an alert window, and we'll just go from there. So let's just build a simple new high, Stacy. So what you want to do every time you pull it up and you get this config window, you want to double click on start from scratch because it's going to be filled with your most recent alerts and filters. So you want to go to start from scratch and just double click on it. That's going to basically just wipe everything clean so you can start fresh. And let's say you're just looking to build a new high momentum alert. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is come in here to search, and there's going to be some preloaded ones in here for you. And just click on new high. We're going to add alert, and you got to when you actually have to put a check in the box on that alert, well, because you may have several in here, and you want to basically put a check in the ones that you want to show. So we got a new high alert. We know that. Now we got to build some filters because if we just left the alert like it is, we're just going to get tons of stuff coming through. So we want to refine it. Okay. So first thing I would probably want to do is go to price and put my price range in there. Let's say you want to go $5 to $100. And if you're looking for momentum, maybe you want some high relative volume. Okay. So let's say it has to at least be doing 1.5. 1.5 relative volume. That's like uh, one and basically one and a half more than what it normally does at any given time. All right, let's say you want what I like to use is a lot of 1 minute in volume. That's why these things are already sitting in here because I use them a lot. Probably used it on my last configuration, but these are kind of nice little tools because that way you can tell, or filters, so you can tell how much volume is coming in during this time frame. So let's say you want to have a surge in the 1 minute. We can come in here and put 1,000. But you also just don't want it to be a blip on the screen. So you can determine that by maybe coming in here and putting 500%. This is basically 5 times normal. So it's 500% of volume in the 5 minute time frame. Okay, so now we have a stock that's hitting new high and we know it's doing it on some pretty good volume. All right. Now, if you're like me, I don't like finding stocks that are like in no man's land, I call them. In other words, they're not anywhere near a 5 day or a 10-day high. So these position and range filters are very, very powerful. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to say I at least want this thing on a 5 day high or about to go through a 5 day high. So I can do search, position, in, and it's going to show me all the ranges that we have. And we're going to do a 5 day range. And we're going to add filter. And every range has a range from the low end of that range being 0% and the high end of that range being 100%. So we want it close to 100%, if not at 100%. But I like to put something like 98. So sometimes you can catch it going through a 5 day high. And that's that's pretty simple right there. I mean, it's a very simple but powerful momentum alert. So let's just launch this. I've got to make some columns first. I don't like description because if you can read a chart, I really don't need a subscription description because these things can take up a lot of real estate inside your scan and they can sometimes make it all jumbled together. So we're going to eliminate that one, but let's put in here, we definitely want change from the close. We want to know how much it's up. Relative volume is always nice. You want to see how much it's doing. And let's do 5 minute, 1 minute volume and 5 minute volume. All right, I think we got a pretty good scan here, and we're just going to call this uh, uh, new high on vol. Let's launch it, see what we got. Squeeze it in. We don't need that big of a window. All right, let's see. And then you can see how much volume is coming. There's GLSI. Okay, right now this thing is poking through. It doesn't look bad actually. you know, and we see it's doing it on relative volume is 2.45, not extremely high, but look at the 1 minute volume coming in. Look at the not, you know what I'm going to have to do here? I just now noticed we're going to have to, the average volume on this is only 38,000. So we're going to come in and add another filter just to make sure we're getting stocks that are doing enough volume. So we go back to configure, we go in search, and we put volume today, shares, and we're going to add a filter and we're going to make sure it's at least doing 200,000 shares today. It's going to eliminate some of those really low price ones. All right, our most recent one was RYTM, and you can see this one is, you know, touching a new high here at $93, looking like it may want to break out, to this Basically, what is that, 95 level? So there you have it. And if you want to check your alert to see how potent it is, you can go to history and put in today, and let's see what we have. All right, this is going back to the beginning. Earnings play there, I believe. Nebius Group. I like to be careful in the first 20 minutes. It's where you get a lot of head fakes. And you don't want to be that guy chasing candles, buying at the high, only to be get slapped down. Now, what I do like about this trip is if it does get back above this level, that could be interesting. Get back above that 10 period moving average. Ooh, that's a nice level there. Well, I can see some stuff back over here, but still a nice pivot level right there that if it does get back through, could be interesting. Thank you, Mike C. Pags. Once again, we're early in the morning. Let's go to around 9 o'clock, which is 30 minutes after the open. I'm on Central Time and see what's kind of stocks we get. Getting more follow through there. So maybe you don't catch that first candle, but you can still make some. There's sound. Had a nice day so far. So there you go. This is a very effective. There you have one right here breaking through this level. Got the signal there at 44. Ran another buck. But see what you're not seeing. What a reason I like about this is stocks that are kind of in. They're at least hitting a 5-day high. Yeah, I can share that, Jason. All right, let's go ahead and put this back on. So I hope that helped you there, Sandra, and who else? Stacy. Yeah, so I'll definitely share this. Put it back on real time. And you can always go in and add some filters if you want to do something with it. Oh, okay, Sandra. Um, so once you get through with the configuration, when you say apps, you're talking about the window. You're talking about the A window is not launching. So after you do your configuration, hit OK, you're not getting a window to pop up. Mm, yeah, that should be that has to be something I would think that you're doing wrong. I'm not sure what it is, but if you're able to click on channels and you see windows in there popping up, it shouldn't be. It should be the same for when you do your own. Try to build your own. Oh, great, Stacy. Let me drop this in there. Hold on, Snowman. I'm still finishing up this one. Okay, here's a new high alert. All right, VVPR coming through. Okay, Snowman, you had can you build a top list scan float? All right, let's just build it as we read off these one at a time. So another session. This time it's going to be a top list. So we come down here, we find top list and we click it. And once again, it's going to have stuff already in there. You want to get rid of that stuff, start from scratch. Now you got a fresh new scan there, scan. There's no alert window, right? In a top list. We just have a set of filters. That's what a top list is. Yeah, I love top lists. They're very powerful. So we're going to come in here, go to filters, and you said float under 20 million. So let's put in float, go to search, put in float. There's our float. Add filter, and we're going to put in shares 20, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It should be 20 million. Gap above 10%. So just put 10 in the minimum column. If you ever question about what you've done, just click on this little show me button. It'll tell you the open was at least 10% above the previous close. Yeah, top lists are cool. All right. PM volume. Not what do you uh post market? What would P yeah, I don't know if we're gonna be able to get those, Snowman. I mean, all you could do is if we have that information is just click on volume. I think we do volume the previous day, yesterday's volume, but it's just today you can do shares, but the yesterday's volume is only going to be. I think there's a custom we can do. I'm not going to get into customs. I'm not good with customs, but if you want a custom filter done, I think we can probably do yesterday volume shares for you. But you need to send that to the email I dropped in there for us to add that. I'm not a I'm not a custom formula guy. So this is probably something, yeah, that you probably need to send in, and we can see if we can build it for you. Yesterday's runner plus PM volume greater than 30K. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about there. Tell me what you mean by PM. Is that post market? I mean, I'm not sure what that is. Just go with volume. Okay. So you want today's okay, I thought you were talking about post market. Yeah, we're not gonna have that data. I don't think we're just total volume. Uh, so you want me to go with volume today, shares, and how much do you want me to put in there? Let's see what we got so far. Okay, float gap 10%. Well, we'll do volume today. Well, more than likely 500K. Okay, volume today 500K, and yeah, something like this can be really good. Because you can really figure out which one of these ones are holding the gaps and or not. So something as simple as this, you don't have to put too many filters because it's in a top list. So what we could do is just go to columns. This is where you can use the power of columns. And what I would like to do in something like this is, okay, definitely want the price, want the change from the close. Uh, we can put the gap in there so we'll know how much it gapped up. I definitely want relative volume again, see how much these things are doing in relative volume. Let's go ahead and put 5-minute volume in there as well. And what you might want to do in something like this is do uh, position and range. Like I said, these position and range. So this way you can tell which ones are going to be close to their highs. And we're not going to add filter, we're going to show column. And it automatically puts it in there for you. Now, when you have something like this, it's important to define the sort, what you want to sort by. We can sort by change from the close, relative volume. Let's do change from the close first. We can always change it. Let's go to name it. Uh, Gap 10% or higher. Uh-oh, that means probably got something wrong in here. Unless we didn't have any gappers that high. I don't think that's the case. Float. Well, here's the way we can test it. We can bring this down to 5%, see if anything comes in there. It's not liking something. Oh, I got volume today percentage. That would do it. Instead of shares. Okay, now we can go back and put the 10% in there. There we go. So a handful looks like about a dozen uh, that. Yeah, we don't have a price. Snowman, do you want a price in here, a low price? I did not do that, so we're getting like 13-cent stock. So what would you like to put in the price range? $1 to $20. All right. And let's bring this down a little because we're only gonna have probably about 4 or 5. So let's just bring this down to 5 and see what we got. Surprised we don't have more than that gap, but I think that's probably accurate. 5%. Yeah, that's accurate. Shares a day, float. Yeah, probably the float and the let's say we brought this up to maybe uh let's bring it up to 50. Okay, that added bringing it up to 50 in the float brought it in. And what I like about this position and range filter is you can sort by position and range, so you'll know which ones are doing well. This one is at the low end of the range, and these are at the high end of this range. We know this VRX is close to going to highs, and look at there, and look at that little break above that today. That was pretty nice. No, Aaron, you're not muted. I'm sorry. I just been working on. I'll get to you in just a minute. I just been Snowman was in here before you, so I'm still working on Snowman's. And Snowman, can you put in the chart? I mean, I don't know what you mean by that. You can click on any symbol, it's going to put it in the chart, but that's the only way to get. Uh, there's another one. See, that's what I like. See, this position and range, you can sort by it so you can know which ones are close to going to highs. Oh, chat. I'm sorry. My bad. No, 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 you're bad. You did say chart. All right. Yes, I can. I'll put it in here. If you want to bring this back down to 20 million, that's fine too. But I just did that so we can get a little more stocks in here so we can kind of see which ones are. Yep, let me do that. And we're gonna keep the sort at change from the close. Or you can do position. That's the beautiful thing about columns, man. You can say, okay, I want to see which ones right now has got huge 5 minute volume coming in. So now this VVPR is leading the pack and doing over 4,000% in 5-minute volume there. I'll leave it on that, but don't forget to, yeah, to check out these position and range filters so you can kind of see which ones are going to go to highs. All right, so let me go ahead and save and share this. Glad you guys are asking about configurations. I think this is, building these things is probably one of the best things you can learn to do, especially those position and range filters, because you can get really creative, for the with those. All right, Aaron, I'm coming over to help you out. So your question was, Aaron, does the new beta not work with E-Trade? Orders through Brokerage Press are missing things when received by E-Trade. I tell you what, Aaron, Chris has been on a vacation this week. All right. And he's getting in. He'll be back to work on Monday. And if I know Chris, he'll probably tackle some of those over the weekend. He's pretty much a monster when it comes to working those Brokerage Plus. Steve and I are just not as effective. He has a lot, I think, some demos with a lot of those brokers, so he can troubleshoot them. And I know E-Trade, and I want you guys to understand that it's not always us. Okay, we have to work with what their API gives us, and if they make a change, it throws us off. So it's usually we have brokers where there's no problem at all. IB works pretty good, really good. Alpaca I think's working good. I mean, E-Trade sometimes, yes, I think there may be a few bugs, but do this. Send what you have there to info. I dropped it in above. You can just go info@trade-ideas.com. Uh, and what you want to do is send an email there, and then you also want to send your support files. Okay, go to help, and send files to support. Let us know in the email that you did that, and Chris will be back in town, and he'll go to work on it. Okay, but yeah, he's the master with that stuff. Steve and I are too old. We get we get to be a nervous wreck in there going through those support files. No, I haven't seen that on IBKR. Maybe Chris will be able to find something if you're trying with E-Trade and IBKR. Maybe there's some sort of uh, a routing issue or some sort of configuration issue. I don't know, Aaron, but uh, best thing to do is, yeah, is put it all. Yeah, yeah. You can even send it this over the weekend. Like I said, sometimes he gets in, he starts working on these things on the weekend too. But yeah, send everything you got. Be sure to give examples of stocks that are not working. He'll want to know tickers that you sent, even though you may have done a bunch of them. Send at least 2 or 3 over so he can look at it and troubleshoot it. Chris said no market orders, and even during live session. Are you talking about pre-market? I find that hard to believe. You can't do market orders through IBKR and live market.
Yeah, I've got to chime in on that one too,
Okay.
Andy. He might be talking about pre-market. There's no way in the
Yeah.
world. I mean, I have market orders all the time, and IB. If the spread is okay,
Right.
I'll go in at the a market order if the spread's fine, and that's with IB, and I've had IB since 2016. Now, even using Brokerage Plus, it shouldn't matter. You can't do it pre-market, but
Yeah.
that's any broker. That's not just using Brokerage Plus and IB. Any broker will not accept a market order in the pre-market. But um, so I can't believe Chris would have said no market orders at all with IB. I'll bow
Yeah.
out now. I just wanted. It was just I was just reading that and I thought, man, that doesn't make sense to me. I'll bow out now.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Barry. Yeah, we'll send him. Chris will get to the bottom of it. I guarantee you that. If there's an issue with market orders. Okay. We'll put that all in an email, and we'll get to it. We'll get to it next week for sure. We'll get to the bottom of it. Okay. Chris will know. All right. Let's. You guys got some good questions today. Used up half the time. Went by pretty fast. Sandra, I hope you get to the bottom of your issue there as far as launching an alert window.
Andy, I just, I know it's not the same as a live to IB, but I just tried it in our simulator, sending several market orders, and it worked fine. Now I know it's not to IB, but it's hard for me to believe that that's what's happening. But as you said, maybe Chris, maybe Chris knows something we don't know, but
Yeah.
it's hard to believe.
Well, Steve and I have been working support all week, and yes, there's been a couple of issues, but that's not been one of them. So we're not
Mhm.
hearing things from others. So we'll have to see what it is.
Okay, bowing out again.
Okay, Barry. All right. Let's see. I did drop this one in there, didn't I? Gap 10% or higher. I think I did. Yep, I got it in there. Hey, Justin. Let's see. I've had this 2 months full of bells and whistles. It is. I have made many filters and custom formulas. I am stuck in a rut as I have an overload of information and don't know where to begin. Well, yeah, and that's the thing about it when you have a powerful software like this. I mean, there's so many rabbit holes you can go down, and I don't know if you're just got too many things you're trying to focus on. Is that what you mean, Justin? It's very important when it can in trading to basically find a niche. That's why I kind of focus on setups, and I don't like to be the guy that's chasing around. That's why I hardly ever trade earnings, just because they're a mess. They're a you know yeah, you can hit them every now and then, but 90% of them just slop around. They don't do anything. But so I try to focus. I block out all that. I very seldom will even look at earnings play. Uh, and yeah, focus on a niche. So what you want to do is refine your desktop to where you're only looking at a few items, because I can promise you right now, if you it's okay to have lots of windows if you want to check something, maybe you want to, because I do have lots of windows, but uh, I, I got a China watcher, I got an arc watcher, I got the big boys over here on this screen. I got a few others, so I have lots of windows, but most of that is for like early morning homework, and I will check periodically over there to see, what's strong. I'd like to know which, that Apple and Tesla are doing well today, and Netflix and Google. So, but and then of course I want to know what sector is strong too. Banks have been beaten up; they're getting a bounce today. But I do try to limit, to my focus, uh, to my homework that I do. Today, it was Tesla. Tesla was my five-star pick. As if any of you guys that got the email have probably received that this morning. And I was really focused on Tesla. The only thing I probably should have bought more when you have a setup like that. That's what I typically like. I mean, I had enough, but I really should have loaded up, because that way you can take that momentum and pound out of a bunch of it, and then you're sitting with a nice profits, and uh, then you have some open P&L as well. But that's what you and you too. I mean, yes, I understand. It's a problem with a lot of traders. They just get an idea over here, an idea over there, and the next thing you know, they have just four monitors full of all kinds of stuff, and the market opens up, and their head spinning because they don't know where to look, and that's why, you know it's best to focus. Try to focus, find your niche, and I mean, I knew, I day traded for 17 years, and I knew guys that would only trade like two stocks, trade Apple, Tesla, whatever, Tesla, and they were really good, but they mastered those stocks. Stocks have a personality; they really do. It's like me and this WRD. I've killed this thing. I mean, you look at this chart, and it's a mess. Somebody looks at that, they're going, but I know kind of how it trades, and so. Uh, when it got jammed down this morning and did a reversal right here, I knew there's a good chance it was going to run, so I bought more. So it's like you get to understand stocks, and I mean, there's nothing wrong with just trading a handful of stocks. Now, what trade ideas is especially as is like that alert we just built, it can show you the momentum. The problem with momentum is it can be uh, you can really get emotional, because it is volatile, and you're chasing candles around. But just try to limit how much you're looking at. You really want to focus on, I mean, seriously, about three or four major scans. Yeah, yes, David. A lot of them have personality disorders. Those are the ones you have to avoid. One of them is in. I have a bad habit of trading it as DraftKings. I think this is one of the nastiest, stupidest stocks I've ever seen in my life. But but I actually trade, Tesla well. I trade a lot of the AI stocks well. Uh, a lot of these nano nukes and quants, which I haven't haven't traded that much in a while lately. They've been kind of in a funk. Okay, Justin, I saw you are a new trader. Yeah, that's it and it takes some time. I mean, you want to, gather as much information and build a lot of scans maybe at first. But what you want to do over time, and that's the beautiful thing about trading is you can control your size. So as you're experimenting around and uh, trading, just make sure you're kind of uh, focusing in on a niche that you. And here's the thing: you'll know when it's right because it'll feel comfortable. Okay, if you're trading a style where you're on pins and needles and your emotions are getting the best, that's not a style for you. You want to work around until you find something that works. And once you'll know it once you find it because you'll be more relaxed. You And I can promise you this, probably 95% of you shouldn't be trading, momentum stocks looking for 10, 15, 20 cents and banging out. That's a tough racket, and uh, it can save you probably a lot of time if you're experimenting around with momentum trading. Justin says I have a topless scan. Okay, yeah, that's a lot of data in there for me. I'm looking for swing trades and is up past the 80 and 20 average on the 60 minutes. Well, yeah, that's a pretty good strategy right there. What you just mentioned. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, especially when you say swing trades. That's kind of what you want to focus on. A style like that. That's very similar to what I do. I'm looking at stocks. On my let me just find an example. This GNW, for example, the other day. I'm looking for stocks that are setting up. I was loving this right here. I called it on our Trader Eye video and our email. And it triggered. There was a 808 was the trigger, and this thing is continuing to move higher. Now I don't use a lot of crossovers, moving averages. I usually mostly my naked eye, just observing charts. But once you find a niche like that, now obviously this is not the only style of trading I do. Sometimes I do get caught up, but Tesla the same way today. The setup was there. It was wedging. Actually, all people all over Twitter were talking about it too. So I was afraid it wasn't going to go today when you get that many people on board. But there you have it. It's a pattern that I'm looking for that it's breaking out. And WRD is just one of my junky stocks, but uh, and sound was kind of a luck. I typically don't hold into earnings, but I just felt pretty good about their last earnings were good, and they'd pulled back and were just sitting kind of poised. And I typically don't do earnings, hold into earnings anyway. Let's see. Stacy says, since I am new, I will be asking very. That's fine. That's fine. We were all new at one point, Stacy. I completed the back-to-back basic videos, completed getting started videos. What should I focus on next? How do I determine your niche? Uh, Let me ask you this, Stacy. Do you understand candlestick charting? That would be the first thing I would do if I'm new to trading. And if you don't, or you just understand a little bit, okay. You said that right as I said that, a little bit. Okay, you wanna really hone in on that for right now, okay? Because, basically candlestick charting is just footprints in the sand. It'll kind of tell you potentially where a stock has the most probability to go next. And I can recommend a book. Let's see. And it's this one right here by Steve Neeson. That's been kind of the Bible of technical analysis when it comes to candlestick charting for 40 years. Now, this is a newer edition, but I'd highly recommend getting this book. It's going to cover a lot of the basics that you need. I mean, you can find a lot of this stuff on the internet, uh, but it if you want something where you can just kind of lay in bed before you go to bed, that would be a see if that loads. It's not loading. Oh well, you see it. Just write it down or take a picture. Hmm, wonder why it's not. Try that again. Okay, Mike C's giving you guys calls. It's flat on the day, AMD. But yes, you're welcome, Stacy. I would definitely and don't feel like you need to get too in depth when it comes to technical analysis and candlestick charting. I can give you some really basic stuff to focus on. And basically, what I find is important is very simple stuff like support resistance, understand support resistance, understand trends, okay, especially trend lines. I love trend lines. Uh, and then some moving averages, some basic moving averages, simple moving averages 10, 20, 50, 200. You don't have to go, you're going to run across stuff like, crossovers and MACDs and Fibonacci's and a lot of that stuff. I mean, if it works for you and you make money, all power to you. But a lot of that stuff is just overkill, and it can drive you crazy. Yes, if you want to keep it simple, just focus on some of the basics. Okay, start understanding some simple, uh, you know, patterns like this beautiful pattern right here in AMD where it tried to sell off and put in a bottom there. It's a textbook hammer, and look what happened after it. You'll start understanding some patterns like that. Uh, but yeah, try to keep it simple. I would think that was the one on top there would be the most recent. Let's see. Oh, I guess it says October 2001. So I don't know. Maybe that is his. The, the thing about candlestick part, it was developed by the Japanese a long time ago for like rice, something to do with their rice harvesting and things like that. But uh, so it's been around forever. So even if you do get a 2000, I mean, it's not nothing's changed really that much when it comes to basic charting techniques. So that may be the most recent one, but it's still definitely. uh, relevant. Let's see. Another Oliver says, "Do you think negative distraction to watch your piano?" Yes, very good question, Oliver. When I was day trading forever, I watched my P&L, and I would look down there. Oh, and my biggest problem was taking profits too quick. I was always pretty good about, and I still am, getting out of bad positions. But like a lot of traders do. I mean, some of the traders that's been around forever, we all complain about the same thing. It's like, gosh, you know, I sold it, but I could have made, but that just tells me your entries are really good. So, but one of the things I did, probably my last 5 years of day trading, I took off my P&L. Just had my positions on there, but I just took my P&L off. And of course, I knew my entry. I have my entry in there, and in the most recent price, I could see where the stock was, but I did not want to see my P&L, and it really improved my trading because I was not just taking profits based upon how much I was up. I was like, okay, trade's still working. Pulled up in a chart every now and then, or put price alerts in there if it went against me. In other words, like where I'd pull it up and sell it. But as long as it was working for me, and it helped a lot.
All right, Andrew, I'm now back. I'm
Hey,
back for
Barry.
good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we just been having a little chat now, and been some good
Yeah.
questions today. Yeah.
Yeah. One of the things I'd also suggest too is before you start trading live is use our simulator. It uses our
Hmm.
real-time data, before, and also we do have that. I mean, I don't know if you hand that out, the thing that Michael Noss did a long time ago, the back to basics,
Oh
all
yeah.
those videos,
Stacy said she went through those. Let's see.
okay. Okay. I
Yeah.
mean, there are a lot of them.
Yes,
I think they're pretty good,
they
because
are.
they take you from right now. What is a stock? That's the
Uh
first
huh.
video. You don't have to go right there. But the other thing too is, I think you got to practice trading first. Use our simulator. Not that it's the be all and the end all. There's still slippage and maybe commissions depending on your broker that are involved. But I always say if you can't make money in a simulator when there's no pressure, it's going to be awfully hard trying to trade live. I think.
Yes. Yeah, I
You know,
totally agree, Barry. Yeah, you have to
I mean,
practice. And
and we
maybe it
do
was
have.
Sandra. Yeah, but he's making a good point. Let me bring that up for you guys. Okay, so if you go to our, uh, I'll drop the link out there as well. Let's see, our learning center. Okay, what he is talking about is the Back to Basics series, and we got several videos in here that you can go through. And and Barry's right. He starts it from the very beginning, like what is a stock, and then he moves forward on that. So I'll drop this link in there as well. And not only that, yeah, just getting started with trading trade ideas. If you're new, you definitely want to take a look at this page.
Mandatory.
Hmm.
Mandatory, I tell people,
Yes.
mandatory. It's a
Yeah.
software program. There's a bit of a learning curve. But what we
Yes.
try to do with the getting started is, short videos to get you started, but it's not going to make you an expert. But at least it gives you the basics behind what the
Hmm.
program's all about.
Exactly.
So, all right, Andy. So
All right,
let's do
Barry.
this correctly this time. Now, what are you going
Yes.
to
I'm gonna stop
do?
sharing right now.
Okay.
I stop sharing.
Okay. Now I have added me. I guess I could. Okay, why is it sort of jumbled there? I maybe have to go cinema layout. Oh no, no, no! It's okay. It's okay. I forgot. I erased a lot of the alerts from my momentum. I think we're good.
Okay. You think we're good?
I think we're good.
All
I
right,
can hear
Barry.
you, so you haven't. Yeah, I think we're good.
Well,
So
good,
thanks
man.
so
I'm
much.
glad we're back on track with the YouTube. I think it's
Yeah.
good for people that want to come in because I know a lot of people probably want to come in just on the YouTube and not enter the trading room as well. So
Hmm.
uh, and listen to you.
And who wouldn't, right?
That's right, of course.
Who wouldn't want to listen to me? Okay, Andy. Listen.
All right,
Have a
Barry.
great weekend,
You do the
and
same, buddy.
We'll see you
All
next
right.
week.
Bye, everybody. You're welcome, Rick. Take care, everybody. Bye bye.
Okay, guys, I'm now back in both rooms. Let me get my music going. And the other thing, I see the question you asked, Stacy. This is in our YouTube room regarding how do you know what is your niche? You don't, when you start out, you don't know what your niche is. If it's brand new to you really don't know because there are lots of different types of trading styles out there. I didn't know when I first started that I wanted to be kind of like what I would call a momentum trader. Like Andy doesn't like that. I mean, doesn't not that he doesn't like me, but he doesn't like the idea of momentum trading. I do like to see stocks near the high or the low of the day. It doesn't mean, if they're shooting up, 10 5-minute candles straight in a row and it keep making new highs. I don't mean I'm going to chase that, but I do like to see stocks near the high of the low. But I'm trying also, with this gap continuation or reversal scan, I'm trying to also now pick out stocks that have reversed and then popped or gap down and then popped or went higher and then reversed. So a lot of people, probably more people, are would rather play pullbacks. Okay, pullbacks to a certain either price range or maybe to the VWAP or maybe to like I know Andy was talking about some moving averages. I wouldn't have so many. But maybe have a moving average that you get used to using on a time frame. Steve Gomez, who is he was in yesterday in the YouTube room, and on Tuesday he'll be in next week also. He loves on the 15-minute chart a 10-minute SMA. So if a stock pulls back into it, he looks at that as maybe being a support level to see if it bounces off and continues. Just things like that, It's but you don't know what your niche is until you actually start trying practicing trading. And seeing what starts to work for you, what starts to make sense for you when you look at a chart. What starts to click? Yeah, yeah. I've seen that pattern before, and I've seen it kind of work before. Maybe I should stick with something like that. But it's not easy. I mean, it does take time. I'm talking to in our YouTube room, guys. By the way, and here's something I completely lost sight of. Probably more because I was on my break. Look at TTD now, guys. Remember we kept saying at some point, it's probably going to bounce. Now it's done that beautiful, almost like V shape through the VWAP now. I mean, it went from 53 up to almost 56. That's almost a $3 move. And it could keep going higher. Once it took out the VWAP, a lot of times you're going to look at something like this, and you can see my 15-minute chart, what I'm pointing at. You wonder, okay, is the VWAP going to act as resistance? Is it going to stop there and then move back down? Or is it going to take it out and move higher? You don't know. I mean, but this is typically what a lot of traders look at is the VWAP area. Okay. HITFL is open. Okay. It didn't. I thought I put a price alert on it. I guess I forgot to put a price alert on it. I thought I could have sworn I did. Hmm. Oh, well, it's here, but I don't recall it popping up on my screen. When did that happen? That was at 12:58. That's just I don't recall it popping up on my screen though, and that's what should have happened. Anyway, there it is. Yeah, so priced at what price? 19. So far, an IPO that people are following. So far, if it's priced at 19 and sitting at 31 right now, it opened here at 28. So a lot of enthusiasm about it right now. But we've seen this act before, guys. Let's see if it holds. in the area. You know what else is starting to move now is SBET, and it's really not a Bitcoin play today. Bitcoin is down, so now SBET is starting to put on its little charge again. Yesterday's high was 24.10, so so the next high looking left, it's got room. I think to take it can be very, very erratic. Often you get these giant red candles wiping everything out, but the next high is 28.48 on the daily chart. I wonder why. Now, sometimes IPO, it's not by design, but sometimes IPOs show up in our resumes as a resume. I would say 90% of the time. In this case, it didn't show up. It's not by design. It just was a quirk. I did not reboot Killer. No, I did not reboot Trade Ideas at all. I've been actually it's been pretty good all day. So I didn't have to reboot. Well, I thought it was going to before when we had the auto problem, but no, I haven't. I did not reboot. We'll really see what happens next week too with this one. I mean, if depends where it closes. I mean, if it closes near the high and then on Monday it starts to rip again, then there's a lot of enthusiasm. But unfortunately, we're starting to see even the ones that seem to be widely followed with a lot of big names behind it. They don't seem to want to, really move on that second day. They haven't. I mean, that's just a observation over the last say month. Lilly rebounded also. Was Lilly an earnings play? Eli Lilly, LLY. No, not an earnings play though. Ah, it's an expensive stock. It was an earnings play. I'm sorry. It was an earnings play. Well, it was an earnings play yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. And boy, did it get thumped down. I mean, look at XLV, guys. I mean, this is XLV. Just this is. I I think this is the major ETF for healthcare. I mean, it is just way below the moving average, 200-day moving average still. 140, so it's $10 below. It has not even come close really for a long time. The worst performing sector when compared to the 200-day anyway. Oh, absolutely, PJ. We get spoiled, but we've seen those things before. A stock that is $24, opens at 45, and then it keeps ripping to 70. Things like that. And then the next day also, not just giving it up completely, not completely, but just not the same enthusiasm the next day. Now, it doesn't, a month from now, that stock could be $60. We don't know. I mean, I see why. I mean, AI and heart. What's the spread like on this one now? Not terrible. Okay, the spread has tightened up since the last time I saw it, which was really early in the day. It's only 10 cents right now. I would watch this one. This was from RAI. Okay, it has pulled back a little bit. I mean, it got as high as 29.79. It's at 28 right now, holding over the VWAP. This was an AI alert from RAI. This is pretty interesting to me. Is potentially a bit of a late day mover again. I'm going to put a price alert around 28.25 for the ASTH. You can there are a couple of 15-minute highs right there. Takes that out, get some volume coming in. We could have another challenge of the high of the day, or at least have to fill in this area. That is the ASTH. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. All right, 111 Eastern time. So I've got another, go to. I mean, I may cut out early if there are no questions, but try to stick around till 2:30 anyway. Later if there are questions. So what I'll do right now is go over my homepage one last time, including all the scans that I'm sharing. Just waiting to see if that ASTS takes out that area up here. I'm not going to anticipate that it will. In other words, I'm not thinking, you know what, it's going to, so I might as well just take it right now and get a lower price. That's not the way I trade anyway. I just wait for put a price alert. It hits it now. Now, if it hits it, doesn't mean I'm absolutely 100% going to take the trade. I want to see, I like to see a little bit of volume coming into it also. Check what the spread is. All right, so there's my homepage link. We'll look at it one last time for the week. And here's a promo code you can use. You get 25% off using Barry25. You get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Now, if you think you really want trade ideas, okay, and I'll show you what videos you should probably look at to make up your mind, help make up your mind. Don't go annual to start, okay? You can always start month to month, and at any point, we used to say we'll only honor the 25% if you do it within the first month, but I'm sure we can get you 25% if you want it. If you want to take on an annual, and that'll get you 25% off the whole year. Bottom line, though, is please use my code. If you use my code, the room gets credit for the subscription. Company sees that. More times people use my code, see Barry, they'll keep the room free. And here, keep it simple. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week. It's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, if you sign up and you don't think you're getting it in your email, please, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check the promotions folder. If you don't see it there, then of course, contact us. Education section is here. So this is what I was saying. Before you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, this is what I would do. Well, first of all, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, mandatory that you do this. The back to basics. I'm sorry, I'm wrong. Getting started with Trade Ideas, okay? Very short videos to get you started. It's not going to make you an expert in Trade Ideas, but it'll give you an idea about the capabilities of the program. How to create alert windows, how to create top list windows, things like that. Introduction to our charts. Okay, so you have to do this. Now, if you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about it, I would start off with the second video. And that'll give you, again, an idea about what the capabilities of trade ideas are, or is. Okay? Then you can make up, you'll have a more informed decision. Back to basics, if you're new to trading. I know Andy was talking about that. Yeah, that Steve Nissen's candlestick, that's sort of the Bible. I'm not even sure that I don't think it's, I think the last one was at 2001, but I don't think much has changed from this first edition. But you can also take a look at this. What Michael Knotts is no longer with Trade Ideas, but what he did is this was during the pandemic, and his wife was staying at home for a while, and so he basically said, "I'm going to teach my wife the basics of trading." She's never traded before. It started off with what is a stock, back to basics, exchanges, order flow, charts, things like that. Really, really basic stuff. So that might, if you're really new to trading, I would take a look at. You don't have to look at every single video. I think there are about 37 or 38 of them, but you can kind of maybe pick and choose. I think it'd be very good to do that if you're new to trading. Other thing to do is if you save my link and you want to come into the main trading room every day, just save my link and then here's how you can join. Okay, you go to the education section and join. Okay, so you go to the education section, click on the more info, and then here we are. Last, looking for my scans. If you click on my homepage link, scroll down, here they are. So this now I cleared, okay, that why you're not seeing a lot of momentum alerts in here is because I cleared it. So that is a momentum scan. If you open it, you'll only see the last one also. Pre-market actors up and down. This is what I do in this is what I use in the pre-market, just to find the stocks that are, the most active. Percentage-wise in the pre-market, both up or down. Pulse resumes is right here. This is the biggest percentage change in 5 minutes. Okay, within a 5 minute period. And then this one, the gap continuation or reversal scan on my other monitor. And then the other one is the combo Pepe scan right here. So these are the two I look at probably more than anything else. So if you have questions, you don't have to wait to that 12 o'clock hour. You guys are looking at Apple and hoping it goes down. Okay. I thought there were about 38 videos, Stacy. You're talking about, I thought there were, I know at one point there were about 38 videos. I haven't looked at it forever, to be honest. So let me take a quick look. Actually, I'm going to be able to see them here. You're talking, oh, you're right. It stops at order types. They used to have a lot more. But you know what? It might be overkill anyway. I mean, introduction to scans, okay. Um, so this is okay. This was actually more about trade ideas also. The channel bar, fundamentals. Um, Yeah, Elliot, I don't look at Elliot or Fibonacci indicators, technical patterns, trends. Probably it's support and resistance, introduction to charts. Probably that's all you really need. Okay, that's all there were. There used to be 38 of them, but now there are only 15. You're right. Didn't know that. That's probably enough. Stacy, okay. Okay, guys. Well, this sort of popped up. Not sort of. Got an alert for the ASP8. But here's the issue. When I was talking about it a little while ago, the spread was about a dime. Now we're about not quite 20 cents. So I know I could get a fill in between there somewhere with the ID, but yeah, that is it's sort of a misnomer though. It's I used to always think that also that it was the midpoint, but it's not. It's just sort of in between. I've used it and it was not midpoint, like halfway between on the fill. And I was watching to see the bid and ask. I was watching to see if it really changed much. I'm not talking about this particular one, but you know what? Based on that spread, I'm going to forget about it. Okay. I mean, it may rip from here, but well, guys, yeah, things are. You know, I don't want to say a typical Friday afternoon, but we've had Friday afternoons that are just rip snorting. Maybe a Friday afternoon in during the dog days of summer. Well, I saw BMNR earlier today. I know it was ripping. Well, ripping. It was definitely it was in the gap scan. Yeah, high looking left, about $59. Dare I ask, Pepe? Huh. This is what can drive you crazy. I mean, that's why. I mean, look at the spread now. A nickel, not bad, but it can just widen on you. So when when you get something has a history of all of us, now it's only a dime. It's not bad. I'm talking about the ASPH. So you did check the other place. Well, I mean, we always look at the other place, the other place as being, well, we've got 5.7 million. So I would say the other place is more correct. The other place, okay, because that's more their business is really to have completely. I don't know why our provider has 5.7 million, but this is a late one on a gap up and go. So obviously, it just made a new. Must have had a pop or something in the front or some filter. The relative volume filter. It's just now at 2. This is diode, but look left, 5230, way too close, in my opinion. Okay, okay, this is a super cheap one. Let's see, is it halted on the way down or way up? My guess on the way up. So let's take a look. LGVN and wrong. Okay, this got halted on the way down. Are they doing a financing? Yes, they are. They're doing a financing, guys. Hopefully nobody was in this one. They're doing a financing well, not midday, but excuse me, during the market hours of 9:30 to 4. Pet peeve of mine. So 14 million at 85 cents a share. So it's a little bit above the financing price, but right now, why a pet peeve? Because you might have been holding for whatever reason. Maybe you bought this stock and you're holding on, saying, "Okay, maybe it'll pop from here." But when they do a financing, this is the type of big drop you can get. So on a percentage basis, from 118 down to 91, and who knows where it's going to open. Well, I can tell you where it could open at 85 cents. That's a big percentage drop. And you didn't have a chance because they spring the announcement on you. You can't get out. I mean, it happens so rapidly, and it gets halted. Well, Baba, I have an idea where this price is going to be, but let's take a look. INKT. We've seen this one in the past. Okay. Wow. But I don't know. I don't know about that. This is, I mean, something happened here. I can't remember. Is this true? I sort of remember this. That's pretty drastic though. I mean, as you know, anything is possible, but I mean, it's almost at the 200-day moving average. You'd obviously have to wait to get either some news or some trend change on the daily. Yeah, I don't think BMNR had any bad news. It's just that, it got way ahead of itself. It's one of these altcoin plays. I don't think BMNR, I mean, unless I can't even remember, did they do a financing? But I don't think they had bad news. It shouldn't have been up here. I mean, it's irrational exuberance for sure. But I don't think it had bad news to knock it down. Not that I can remember. It was just, unless it was a financing. Oh, so they did do a okay, so the financing did knock it down. Now, that's not I mean, it's bad news to existing shareholders, of course, but it's not bad news in terms of, some drug failed or lawsuit or things like that. It's not quite the same bad news. So I don't know. I mean, the ink tea, I mean, anything is possible, as you know, Bab. I know you love these ones, but right now the trend is still down. D Thank goodness it doesn't happen that often, they them trades, okay? The mid or the market financing doesn't happen that often. Right, well, and here it is. So the LGVN just, opened at, right around the financing price, 85. Okay, guys, let's see, what time is it now? 1:35, so shoot, I was looking at this, SHC earlier. Would have been sort of a field trade, this, showed up at 12:41, the alert was at 13:69, right around here. Boy, DVAX is getting thumped here. It's a gap up on reverse now, underneath 10, DVAX, and the next low, too close. The next low is 978. Earnings play. It is an earnings play also. All right, MRM. Well, maybe this is the one, a late day. I mean, I know it's had a pop here through the VWAP. This is one I traded a lot earlier. Boy, what did it get up to? Got up to 224, all the way back down to 165. But see if it takes out the high of the day, and that. So there, yeah, there's that monthly high of 374. I think that's actually a daily high too. I think that is a daily high. I'd have to have it from a multi-strategy window or an alert. I don't have it from my multi-strategy window. I think that is a daily high though also. Okay, well, let's see. Took it. Wow, it popped up to 252. I didn't see that. I would have been out some for sure. That was a quick pop up to 252. And look at the volume. See, it's all about the volume. Look at the volume coming in. There's a part of me that says maybe I'll hold some of this. Not a big swing trader, as you know. So maybe I can induce it to hit that high again. Yeah, I didn't think so. I didn't even know I was in just over that 220 mark. I got lucky getting what got, I guess, but I did not know that it popped up to 252 because I wasn't looking at this chart. I was in my order entry in Interactive Brokers, but so I did not even see that. But I'll have some faith that it might maybe take another look at it. I'm pretty sure that is the next high looking left on a daily chart, that 369. I'm pretty sure. I'm sure I checked that this morning when well, here we go. I don't have to guess anymore. There we go. Here's that red line. I don't have any float information on that one. I'm sure it's a low float, but let me check that site. Okay, home dilution tracker. Okay, so pretty sure it's going to be a low float. Yeah, about 6 million in the float. Yeah, about 6 million in the float. So it is so it's a low float. Well, it's a game of chicken right now at that 2:30 mark. Well, yeah, Dak, I wasn't looking at the chart. I mean, obviously, I've been looking at the chart, this chart right here. I would have seen that spike. I was in my order entry in Interactive Broker, so I didn't see that spike even in the time in sales. I don't recall seeing it at two. I mean, it did hit obviously, but it came right back down. I think if we can crack 230, get to the mid 230s, it might have that little run. Okay, guys. Well, I don't see too many more questions coming in. I might do the old put myself on mute. And if there's a question, I'm just going to keep an eye on, of course, on the MRM. I might take off earlier, maybe around 2:15. If there are questions, I'll always stay, but I don't feel like hanging around if there are no questions. Oh, I'm watching. 231, I think, is key. 232, 231, the high of the previous 5-minute candle. I think if we can take that out, we might have something that could keep going for a while anyway. Oh, you are welcome, Larry, in our YouTube room. We need a late day runner. We haven't had a late day runner for a while. At least I haven't seen one. Like a real late day runner. Just go, 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 go. You know. Okay, guys, I think I'm going to put myself on mute. If there's a question, I will get back on the mic, but I'm going to put myself on mute right now. Yeah. So as far as a short squeeze, I don't know if it's a short squeeze or not. We don't have, for whatever reason, the short flow percent. Do you have what it is? We don't have it. Float is low, but we don't have the short flow percent, which means that, this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So I don't know. It's possible there's just not that many people short this one for a true short squeeze. 1066 is the next high. No news today that I can see. It's on an earnings play. Not, the volume is 360. It's not anything abnormal. It's not like relative volume is under 1, so it's not anything abnormal. So I don't think this is what you would call a short squeeze, in my opinion. I don't but again, we don't have the short float data or percent. Boy, look at this fly, the IPO from yesterday just getting well, destroyed. I mean, it's still up from the IPO price, but, no enthusiasm. Closed at 60 and now it's at 49. Any recommendations? Not really, Rushna. I'm done for the day. Well, if you see, I said I was on mute. I'll get back on the mic. If there's a question, you had a question. No recommendations. No, I'm basically done for the day. I'm a day trader, remember, so I don't have anything I'm looking at right now. Well, Thomas, I've been trading for a long, 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 long time. So, obviously I do okay. I do this for a living, so I've had trade ideas since 2010, but I was trading on my own before then. So I do okay in terms of being able to make a living doing this. Not just okay. I mean, obviously I've been doing this for a long time. Well, I would say that yeah, static pace, exactly. I would say that, depending how far you want to go back. I mean, I've been trading since the late 90s, like that, not like this, but you could almost take the summer off. Okay, you could almost take the summer off in the old days. Also, I would say that hmm, even before 2010, I mean, it's so long ago, I can't really remember, but there were especially in the summer, if you did not trade in the first half hour of the day, forget about it. You may as well just pack it in. Nowadays, I mean, well, especially with a program like Trade Ideas, which can identify moving stocks all day long, there are just a lot more moving stocks to choose from all day long. Now, just because they're moving doesn't mean, you still have to time it and all that, but at least there's action, okay? Action. Whereas, before you were pretty limited. Yeah, I can share my filters or my scanners. So if you click on my homepage link, talking to Rushna in our YouTube room. So if you click on my homepage link, oops, and just click on my homepage link, and these are my scanners that I'm currently sharing. Okay, right here, custom scans. Here they are. So in the pre-market, this is what I use. The pre-market act is up and down. This is the one that the 5 minute. The momentum scan was jam-packed early. I cleared it, but that's the momentum scan. And then these, I'm very excited about this one next week because we will not have as many, and it'll probably be a lot easier to pick and choose. But the gap continuation or reversal is there. And then the other one that I on my other monitor, probably not gonna see as many next week either, is the, combo scan right here. Well, you can ask me, what my personal analysis is on a stock, sure. But understand, it's just my opinion. And also understand that I'm more of an well, way more of an intraday trader, so I don't swing trade really. So if you're asking me, like right now, I mean, it's almost the end of the day. Okay, FFAI. For what though? A swing trade or right now? Yeah. So this is, I mean, the EV market is through a bigger time frame. So what happened here? Because I remember this trading a long time ago. So what did they do? Did they do a? They get back onto a Nasdaq or something? Because I remember this. Because this did not just start trading here. I don't think so. Anyway, I remember this one a long time ago. I think. Well, okay. The next high is $3. Okay, so if that's where it's going to get stuck, and you bought it right now at 242, where would you put your stop? If you put your stop at the low of this week, then to me, that's not enough risk reward. Or maybe it'll just no, because you're gonna have about a 40-cent stop. It depends where you put your stop, but if you have a 40-cent stop at the low of the week, if that is where you're gonna put it, the way I trade, you have to have an expectation of at least trying to make a 1 for 2, risking 40 cents to make 80 cents. Well, if I add 80 cents to 240, I get to 320. It could stall right there. So for me, that would not be a swing trade, but, that's just me. Depends where you put your stop. Do I use the AI? I use it like a watch list, Thomas. I don't take every trade. I use it more like a watch list. Okay. I wanted this one, the ASTH, right now, well, later, but it didn't set up for me. So I use it like a watch list. Now, listen, I mean, if you want to take that, go ahead. But I mean, I'm not a big swing trader. I mean, the next high looking left on the daily chart is 270. So I mean, it could stall there, unless it's going to get some news. You see, I see you're probably looking at this headline they had yesterday, maybe to announce a major breakthrough of its bridge strategy on August 16th. Okay, so this is some hyping news. I'm not saying it's not true. Okay, but is that why you're interested in it? Just because of this? You just never know how the market's going to react, though. Well, has that someone who recommended to you this stock, have they recommended other stocks that have worked? I mean, and what was their reasoning behind it? And or is it just something you read on the internet? I mean, listen, it's up to you. I mean, I don't want to dissuade you from getting it, but again, I am not a swing trader, so every day is a new day, Thomas. Every single day is a new day. I have no idea what I'm gonna be looking at. All depends on what's I'm only looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay, abnormally meaning our relative volume filter, so MRM, look at that, 186 times normal as an example. So I'm only looking for the abnormal stocks of the day. So I have no idea what they're going to be day to day. But there's nothing wrong, if you have 50 to, you could have a pool of 50 to 100 stocks and just follow those on the days that they're trading abnormally, I suppose. And to me, abnormal obviously is all about the volume. I mean, look at the volume here, 74 million have traded. That's 186 times normal. So I mean, that's very, very abnormal. So that's the trick, when you're day trading, is to somehow whittle the pool of stocks down to the ones that are trading abnormally, and then you have to find a way to trade them. But at least you're not looking at 10,000 different stocks. Ever is a long time. Rarely do I hold anything overnight. I can't remember the last one I did. I think it was at CEP. I think it was CEP, which I actually held for a few days. I think that's a long time ago, though. I think it was, yeah, it was a nice one, but I rarely hold anything overnight. Just a mindset. Thomas, I really don't know. I don't look at it that way. I don't trade very much. I mean, I only trade pretty selective of what I do. I may only trade 4 or 5 times a day. It's not about how much of my total capital, it's how much am I risking on the trade. So I try to risk about the same amount every trade. I don't risk 1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 100 the next. Try to risk the same amount. When I say risk, I mean how much am I willing to lose on the trade if it's not working? There are some that will say you can, per trade, you might want to risk 1%, 1.5%, 2%. It's up to you. I mean, there's all sorts of, information out there. All depends what you get comfortable with. So if you had a $10,000 account and you were risking 1% a trade, you could risk $100. Win percentage is not the you can have a you can have a 50% win percentage and still do very well. Depends on how well you let your winners run. So win percentage to me is just nothing I even look at anymore. I used to, when I started out, it was all, oh my God, got to have 60, 70% win percentage but I don't look at it like that anymore. Just to give you an idea, okay, just simple math, no slippage, no commissions. If you had a 50% win rate, but you were able to get a 1 for 2, okay, 1 for 2 risk reward. In other words, you're risking $100, and on the winning trades, you make $200. Just do the math. On 10, say on 10 trades, you'd be up $500. The 5 trades you lose $100 on, so you're down 500. But the 5 trades you make $200 on, you're up 1,000. Again, that's really simple math. That's why win percentages can be very misleading. So I don't really recommend Russia. Okay, I'm not an investment advisor. I have to be very careful. I don't recommend saying yes, you should take this trade. What I do, if you're here early enough, I mean, I'll say, okay, I'm very interested in this stock. No, I'm not looking at house, but the AVPT was one earlier on. Give me a moment. So I'll say things like, look, guys, I'm really interested in the AVPT. There's a lot of room looking left. If it gets to this level, I'm very interested in taking the trade, be it short or long. Whether that makes sense to you is another issue. One thing is always have a stop. Always have a place you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. You too, RC. So if you're here early enough, Rushna, at say 9 o'clock Eastern time, we go over the stocks that are moving. We go over the stocks that are moving the most in the pre-market. Those could turn into the ones that you're going to follow all day. Not necessarily, but when the market opens, those stocks that were ripping high in the pre-market, all of a sudden that's it. Some of them know they're ripping high in the pre-market and they continue for a while anyway. You just don't know ahead of time. Well, do I recommend Holly for beginners? You still have to have a knowledge of how to, like, what is the chart telling you? So if you're talking about taking every single trade, no, like just blindly take a trade, no matter what. I always, 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 I don't care if it's coming from my scan or from the AI, click on the alert, check to see on a daily and a weekly and with a 5 and a 15, daily, sometimes a weekly, and then I make up my mind if I want to trade it. And I'm doing this fairly quickly. I'm not taking like an hour, or I'm not going through fundamentals or anything like that. Usually within 5 seconds, I can make up my mind if I want to take the trade right away. The only good, well, not the only, but I mean, I suppose the good thing about the AI is that you don't have to do anything. You don't have to look through all, like I've, several scans. This is it, okay, for today. These were the alerts today. Can you figure out a way to trade them then? You know what I mean? But at least you have a fairly short list of stocks just to look at. So from that aspect, but you still have to have an idea about how to trade them. But at least it gives you some focus on just a fairly short list of stocks all day. Okay, guys, it's now 2:26. So unless there are any other questions, I think I will take off now. Again, thanks for all the help all week long. Much appreciated. Now the room. Now not YouTube. YouTube I'll open later, but The main room will be open at 7:30, assuming Chris remembers. Chris Farley is back from his vacation with Trade Ideas. So he's in the East Coast, so he'll open the room at 7:30 if he remembers, and then I'll get on the mic at about 9. Okay. And in YouTube, I try to open the room about 8:30ish. Okay. And then again, I'm on the mic at 9 for both rooms. Okay, Rick. Yeah, one question about relative volume. Sure. If you're wondering about the formula for it, oh, okay. Top right window. How do you add the relative volume? You mean up here? That the relative volume up here that you see. You have to be in the browser interface chart. So if you take your chart, watch what happens here. If I take this chart, which doesn't have it up there, I right click on the chart, and then I click on Use Browser Interface. Once I do that, then you get a lot more information up here. Okay, if that's what you want. The reason I don't have this chart like that is because I don't like the fact that I have to left click a few times, and then finally this box pops up. Whereas if I don't do that, all I have to do is hover over the chart and I can see up here, all the information I want. I don't understand. The green red bar? Oh, you're talking about this. Okay, that's the smart risk level. Okay. So if you right click, same thing. If you right click, well, actually, you don't have to do the browser interface, but if you click, go to properties, right click, go to properties, and then click on show smart risk levels. If I uncheck it, you see they disappear. If I check it on the other monitor, so they appear. So what this is, I mean, look, you can follow it if you want. What that means is if I took this trade right here, AVPT, right here at 1463, they're suggesting a stop here, right in this area here. That's a suggested stop. The target is just double the difference between the entry and your stop. That's nothing scientific. Okay, so if I click on another one, let's see if I can see it better. So every time you click on an alert, you're going to have if you got into this, I don't know why the smart. So the smart stop is way down here. Would I do that? Probably not. It's generated though from looking at I think it's the volatility of 15-minute candles, the high and the low of the day, a few other things, feeds that in, and it generates the smart stop. All right, guys, I think that is truly it. So have a great weekend, everybody. And we'll see you. I told you the times. I'll be on the mic at 9. Again, the main room will be open at 7:30. Assuming Chris remembers. YouTube, I'll try to open around 8:30, and then I'll get on the mic at 9. So have a great evening, everybody, or great weekend, everybody, and we'll see you Monday. So I'm going to end the YouTube stream.